Reconnecting. Oh. Oh, I was talking to myself again. Whoopsies. But I think we're good. I think we're okay. I think everything's going to be just fine now. I just put in... So, yesterday, he lost our baby Dreadnoughtus. It was an extraordinarily sad day, and I feel really, really bad about it. However, we also had our other egg, and we went ahead and popped our other egg out and started raising up this other Dreadnoughtus. And this Dreadnoughtus is way lower level, right? It's a level 101, but it has my good health stat, which I actually found out is only like 15 points in health. So it's not actually a good health stat, it's just my best health stat. And then the same is true of this melee damage, which is normally 166, but it's gone up to 172 because of my now 18% imprinting. I have imprinted twice to get to this 18%, so it's going to take a while. Every 8 hours is giving me 9%, so it's going to take almost 100 hours to raise this creature. Also, I left it raising last night, and then I didn't get up early enough this morning to do the imprint right away, which means that I'm actually behind a little bit. I'm at 20%. I was at 20% maturation when I hit that second imprint, so I don't even know if I'm going to make it to 100%, but just looking at the berries here, we are going to leave this Dreadnoughtus taming the entire time. Apparently, the Dreadnoughtus will eat all other berries before it eats the Mejo berries, which is interesting. But yeah, so he's got... It's also a male, which means I now have a breeding pair of male and female Dreadnoughtuses with my good health and my good melee stat, which is fucking phenomenal. I mean, just really, really exceptionally great. And then we've got our gotchas going here, which is cool. Let's see what we get out of that. We got riot chest, it looks like. Cool, 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 cool. Mostly, I'm probably going to be grinding up most of the stuff that I get from those. Don't forget, we got to change our settings. I would love to leave the settings the way they are because I think the game just looks way better when you keep the cloud and stuff. But can't really do that. So we're gonna do up the graphics the way we normally do. And then we're gonna go about our day here. We have quite a bit of stuff to craft that we need to get done here. We need to reorganize these. All right, let's get this party started. Uh, okay, so let's go into our base here and let's go make some stuff happen. I should have crafted, or I did craft, a bunch of gunpowder and narcotics yesterday. We need to take these narcotics and put them somewhere. Take all this gunpowder, put it in there. To get it all, I did. Let's make some more gunpowder. We have 20,000 spark powder right now to go with our 27,000 of these. We have 34,000 cooked metal, which we're probably going to need to go ahead and get some more of. But yeah, so let's see. I think we still have plenty of chitin to make more cementing paste. Yeah, we still have a 46,000 chitin. So we're going to need to get a lot of stone to go with that chitin. Things should be good to go. So yeah, away we go on some farming. I do want to go ahead and quickly just get some more berries, even though we have a full trough for our dreadnoughtus. I would maybe like to have more than a full trough for our dreadnoughtus. In fact, I would like to have all of the troughs full for our dreadnoughtus. So yeah, let's go ahead and see about some of that. I think I was talking to myself again. Allergies are kind of acting up a little today. All right, let's see then. That out. Hey, what's good, Fish? How are you today? You want to see the baby dreadnoughtus? Let's go see the baby dreadnoughtus. Baby dreadnoughtus. Isn't it a cutie patootie? Hey, what's up, Mustang? Long time no see, brother. So adorable. Big old fat neck. Yeah, I haven't really been working that hard. Um, I, things have been too quiet on this server. No transfers haven't opened yet, Mustang, so I just haven't been too focused. I've been kind of fucking around. But yeah, we're still pretty fab in the base. We're just needing to make a bunch more turrets and stuff. I have quite a bit of resources. I should probably just go back to base and see how many turrets I can get made. I'd like to get moved in today. Um, or at least try to get moved in. So we need to make a generator or two. We've got some other stuff. Honestly, I need to see if my base is still even, like, over there yet. No, not rated Mustang. People have pretty much stopped PvPing on this server. Everything is pretty calm and collected. Everybody's just kind of been building up and have kind of moved back to their original servers because they've gotten everything that they really need out of this one. So I've kind of had the run of the place, really. Just kind of flying around doing whatever I want. It's been pretty nice. Even got I tamed a 130 Dread on a 25k Elevane. It didn't come out great. It actually only came out with like 15 points in health and like 20 points in melee, which was kind of doo-doo. That's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. We got them bred up. We got some things going. What we're going to do right now is we're going to do a quick... Been super busy. Started my second job trying to grind that money. Yeah. Gross. I don't ever want to do that again. I'm going to do this. Make it or not, I'm going to sit in this room and play this video game on stream. Till I can pay my bills or I end up homeless. I refuse to take any other action. I know, but it won't be for long. Just trying to further along my business faster so I can settle down. Well, that's good for you. You deserve to be able to settle down. Then you can play more ARK, right? Because that's all that really matters. Playing video games. Oh yeah, Dreadnoughtus. Roar. This, I just want to make a path for my kids. You know, that's a commendable desire. I thankfully don't have to worry about that. I don't have any children, nor do I intend to ever have any children. Dreadnoughtuses are so dope. I'm really excited about the old Dreadnoughtus. Just blammo. Whoops, wrong button. Alright, buddy, go ahead and get turned around. It can spin. I never thought I would have kids, but here I am, and it's the best thing that ever happened to me. Honestly, saved me from myself. I, when I was a little kid, like 10 years old, I made a bet with an aunt that I would never get married. And I think 40 was the cutoff. If I wasn't married by 40, she was supposed to owe me money. And if I got married before then I had to pay her every year for the rest of her life, whatever amount we had decided on. I mean, I was like 10. But that's only like a year and a half away. And I don't even remember what aunt it was. And I don't even remember what the stipulation of the bet was. But gosh darn it, I'm gonna win. I'm married. I don't think we plan on it, honestly. We're happy the way we are. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Whatever makes you happy makes you happy. Who cares about any of the rest of it? Because of my age, married is just kind of where everybody else I know is right now, though. Everybody's either, in a long term relationship, or they've been divorced, or, they are married, or they're getting married, or they're actively looking to get married, or, you know, it's just where life takes most people my age. All right, let's cryo this dread up again. And let's move our RG over here next to where all our berries are at. Boop. And fly away. Yeah, I don't want to go through all that crap if a divorce was to come. I think it's all stupid, but I mean, we're both young. Who knows what will happen? Yeah, you never know. As long as you're both happy, I don't suppose it really matters. I'm all about just being happy. Life tries hard enough to make you sad. You shouldn't be making yourself sad, also. I am the big excited about this Dreadnoughtus baby, though. I'm gonna be so excited to have an imprinted Dread. This is gonna be phenomenal. I'm gonna go work on my car. Figured I'd stop in and say, hey, you still on? I'll be back later to watch. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot for stopping by and saying what's up, Mustang. Good to hear from you. Good to hear from you. Your body is still in the base, by the way. I haven't done anything with it yet, but I might. Just so you know. I might go stick you on top of a mountain somewhere. You just, there you go. There you go. I like that plan. That makes me think I could get a little. I've seen a little bit about it. I haven't watched any videos or anything about it, but yeah, I've seen a little bit about it. I don't like know how you tame it or anything like that. It looks pretty cool though. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, because I play on the official servers, I'm not terribly into the mods and stuff, but that's a really cool taming method. You can strict stuff. It's so sick looking. Yeah, I like the whole idea of the constriction. It has interesting potential implications. It's funny because in this game you have a lot of ways where you can like pick up people and carry them around and move them places, but there aren't a ton of ways um, where you can just get something to stop. Right? There aren't a ton of stuns. There aren't very many like lockdown options. So I imagine that's what the constriction thing is. It just kind of holds people there. Hypnotize stuff, making a game. Ooh, that's cool. That's real cool. Some of these modders get the big brains. They got the real big brains. All right, let's fill up these troughs. We don't want to fill up that. Let's put the narco berries in here. Let's fill these troughs up. Okay, good. Good. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I'll see you later. Have fun fixing your car. Right. Oh, oh, that's right. I took all the Mejos out of the stuff that's in his inventory is just kind of backup. Since I have some extra, we might as well go ahead and throw it in there. But let's fly back here. We're gonna fly back over to that other base because that's where we're gonna be doing our gathering. We typically gather from is over here. First things first is we need to go ahead and get a pack of stone. We've got 47,000 chitin, which means we need 94,000 stone to turn all of that chitin into cementing paste, which is important. We need the cementing paste. So we're going to have to spend some time gathering up some stone today. That cementing paste is going to help us make some more. They're going to help us make some more turrets. Going to help us make some more obsidian. Going to help us with all that. So we'll try and get that 90 something K stone real quick. I can get about 20 or so K per load with my Dode. So it'll take us about 4 or 5 loads to get everything we need for that. And then we'll just keep turning all of our spark powder into gunpowder. And we'll turn all that into bullets. And we'll make ourselves some turrets. And we'll just see where we're at today. We need to go check. Actually, let's go check that other base. We're going to get flown back over here real quick to where we do our gathering. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and take off all my gear and then just teleport over to my server where my center base is and see if it's been invaded again. It's been about a week since the last time somebody went in there, so there's a good chance that somebody else has gone by. I didn't have a generator in there or anything, so somebody got a wild hair up their ass and was just like, hey, I'm going to destroy this base. It could all be gone by now. Really don't know. So we're going to go check on that and see what's up. And today might be the day that we get it all organized up and get it all set up so that we can actually use it. If today is not that day, then it's going to mean that we're going to have to, rebuild our like our tech rep and all of that stuff over there, which is going to mean needing to do some element farming, which is really going to be a bad deal for us because today's the last day of the 4.5x rates. So we're going to need to go ahead and do that element farming today, which is going to set us back on some other stuff. We're not going to take any creatures or anything with us. We're going to go ahead and take all these berries off. I want to throw my Dode out just right now, and then we'll teleport back to base. That's not the right Dode. This is the right Dode. This little green one, because I'm actually imprinted on this one. And it's got all my bearing traits. There we go. Oop. Need to get out a element here. Let's go ahead and put that back. Put an element in there, turn it on. Hey, somebody's got the Desert Titan here. Good for them. Looks like it might be nice. They have a little base over there, I believe. Let's take my berries over here. Put the berries in. And get some raw meat or some spoiled meat. But first, let's take all the gunpowder out here. Let's see how much we got. 24,000 gunpowder. Nice, nice. More. Plenty. Take all this spoiled meat here. Ladder. Boom. All right. Let's go ahead and take everything off, put it all away. We don't want to take this stuff with us because we can't bring it back if we do. And then we're going to go ahead and just teleport to another server. Let's go see. There are so many more people on this center server than there used to be when I first decided to move over here. Actually, kind of crazy. But looks like we still have a bed. Yo, what's up, Twisty? How are you? How's everything going for you this morning? Or this afternoon? Or let's see. Your FFA Pteranodon was killed. Your Stam Melee was killed. Don't really care about any of that. So somebody came and like destroyed all the creatures I had chilling out up here. But they left all the structures, including all of the turrets. People are so weird. When did this happen? Day 2951, which was 10 in-game days. No, no. Um, this is the base over there on the center that I just never repowered. But I'm thinking about powering it up again today because I think I can bring enough turrets and stuff over here to actually kind of secure this base. So, because I want to like put a bunch of internals all over the ceilings and all over the walls. I figure if I can get about 30 or 40 heavies, um, I can do a good job, and then maybe bring like two gens over and have two generators instead of just one, and place them in kind of different areas so that you really have to like mesh around crazy. A lot of snow north this morning. Hard fob. Oh, Jesus. That sucks. Yeah, okay, so everything looks fine. So we'll probably be able to get over here and get this done. All of this stuff was done 2451. What's the day of this server today? Today is 3014. This was done 29. Okay, yeah, so we're good. It's been a while since anybody's ever come over here. It's fun. They got mushroom, plenty of PvP. Get enough dust to port to power. Oh yeah, I've got 100k dust. So I can get 100 Ellie over here. No problem. No problem. Yeah, looks like that's going to be good. I forgot to take a leak before I started this stream, and I actually need to use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back in a minute or two. Give me a second here. Okay, we back. So let's go ahead here. It spawned in. Let's get them resources. Let's try and be focused today. I have a really bad habit of becoming unfocused with the task at hand. Stupid Doty. Things get exciting, like trying to raise Dreadnoughtus babies and dumb crap like that. I don't need an imprinted Dreadnoughtus. What a ridiculous freaking thing to have. My last one, so yesterday while I was streaming, we popped our Dreadnoughtus baby out and we gave it a bunch of berries. But then my stream crashed and my game crashed because my internet went out for a sec. And then I was having trouble getting back in for like an hour. And during that time, my other Dreadnoughtus baby died. Thankfully, the one that was in the egg was still had about an hour till it was going to hatch. And so it didn't hatch until I came back. We managed to get it, and it has both our health and melee stat, which is good. So we're ending up with a better Dreadnoughtus baby, but I'm pretty sad. The big plans today is to get moved back into that center cave. So we're going to get some stone so we can make more cementing paste. And we might do a little obsidian farming for poly. Or maybe we'll go kill some penguins or something and get some organic poly. I don't know exactly what we'll try and do here. But we might end up with needing some more poly. And we'll try and get 20 or 30 turrets made with maybe 20 or 30,000 bullets if we can manage it. So they at least have, I'd like to have at least 500 bullets per heavy. But if I could manage 1,000, that would be cool. In order to do that, I'm going to have to get a bunch more stone. And a bunch more flint for spark powder. So we'll see how it all goes. Today's the last day of the week for expanded rates for gathering, so we need to take advantage of that as much as possible today. So today might end up being a kind of long day, especially since yesterday was so short because my shit glitched out. Today might just have to be a long one so that we can make sure and get everything done before the rates fuck up on us. Oh, I forgot to get all my gear out of my transmitter. When we finish this, we need to make sure we go do that. But yeah. Yeah, I really want to get moved into that center base because I really want to go raid some poor sap. It's been well over a month now that we've been playing, and we haven't got to do a single raid yet. And while it means I'm way more built up than I would normally be, probably, I feel much more comfortable with my current state. You know, I've got a Dreadnoughtus, I've got a breeding pair of Dreadnoughtuses, which is great. As a solo, that's one of those things that you don't really ever expect to get to do, is have, you know, really big creatures like that that are imprinted. Normally, if you're a solo, if you're looking for things like gigas and stuff like that, you're looking to go and raid and take them and not necessarily get them yourself. And it's true that there are probably better well, I guarantee there are better Dreadnoughtus lines on my server. It's nice to have some that I personally tamed and that I am going to personally raise up now and have imprints of my line. That's just not something that normally as a solo you're going to run into a lot. So thankfully this server is pretty chill. And so I'm getting to have some fun doing some things that maybe I don't really normally get to do. But we want to get a raid in. I'll probably try to do, if we can get everything set up tonight, then maybe tomorrow we can go do some scouting. On some other servers and prep ourselves a, words are hard, prep ourselves a fob. We also have good enough megatheriums that as long as I can get the artifacts, I can probably do the gamma version of the center boss. So we'll want to be doing that to get element on that server. So we'll take, I've got a couple of 180% shotguns. We'll take a shotgun, some shotgun shells, and a couple of megatheriums and a stego. And I'll ride the stego and shoot the shotty. I'll let the megatheriums go ham on the boss. And we should be good. Should be good. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff. If we can get this base secured today. And it's going to be all about protecting it from the mesh. Once the turrets are back up and online, we've got even probably 4 or 5 turrets, heavy turrets at the entrance, because we have all of our turrets over there already. We'll put 4 or 5 heavy turrets at the entrance for, blowing up rockets and cluster grenades and shit like that. And then we'll put everything else all around the base as internals. And hopefully that'll keep people from necessarily coming in through the mesh and hurting things. And then maybe we can be secure over there. There is a potential that we won't be able to stop people from meshing the base, right? Because if you're in the mesh, you can still like third-person C4 stuff, I think, and not get shot through the mesh. So ultimately, it's probably impossible to stop the meshers, which is pretty fucking stupid. But if they do have to like come out of the mesh into my base, or if their mesh method just phases them through and doesn't like leave them in the open mesh, then we should be okay. An extra 1200 or so narcotic here. Now, this is another thing we're going to want to be doing is we need to start let's start taming up a mess ton of creatures. Just a mess ton of creatures, because I need full lines. And what I mean by that is I don't necessarily care about mutations, but I need to tame creatures that have 40 plus points in all of the relevant stats that I want in the creatures that I want. Probably start with the staple flyers. We'll start with RGs and Pteranodons. And then we'll probably move on to a staple DPS dinos like Theory. I don't want to do Rexes, they're a little too big to really be worrying about breeding in what's going to be a fairly small breeding pen that I'm going to be able to maintain over on that other side of the rat hole that I'm looking at using. So, hey, that's nice. That's 12, that's 18, 18 heavy turrets, just bammo. That's what's up. Do ammo. A shitload of bullets here. It takes 9,000 gunpowder to make 1,000. Well, to make 2,000 ammo. So I was just short of 30k gunpowder. So that's 6k bullets or 18 turrets is only 300 and something bullets a turret. So we're gonna need definitely a lot more gunpowder. But I do still have like 15k, well, I think it's actually like 10k spark and like 15k charcoal. So we also have a lot of charcoal over at the center base. So if we need to, we'll be able to go over there, bring some spark powder with us, and make a bunch of gunpowder and then turrets there as well. Because we still have lots of stuff over there. I imagine, because it looks like some of my resources have been kind of picked over, I imagine that there's actually a tribe over there that's kind of just using my base as resource storage right now. Because it looks like half of some of my resources have been taken from where they were before. So it's going to be interesting when I power that bad boy up and get started moving over there. I may actually get fobbed. So something we need to do also is we need to go ahead and look into setting ourselves up a TP somewhere. I don't know if it'll be better to place the TP and put some turrets down to defend it, or if maybe just placing the TP out in the open, well, not out in the open, but in a hidden spot, just without any defenses, might be a better option. Just because you don't necessarily want people to fly by and notice by getting shot. And there may still be people out there who don't know that you can just use a structure to check the structure limit to see if there are any bases around. So, yeah, we'll have to see about that. And that's definitely how we're going to go about doing our own scouting, is using that structure limit trick. Because that's just the best way to go about it. It should also help us not run into unrendered turrets when we do that. So that'll be a big bonus. We'll just have to keep our eyes out. And it'll mean not having to get as close to like walls and stuff like that. Inside of caves and other stuff. Oh, you know what? I forgot to grab my freaking gear again. Holy crap, I'm a dum-dum. But yeah, it'll just help us not have to get as close to caves and stuff like that. So maybe we won't accidentally run into some turrets poking out of a hole. And we can see some stuff. Do you not want to play in a tribe or just recognize it's not for you? Yeah, I just recognize it's not really for me, Twisty. A, because I don't really play well with others. kind of a grumpy motherfucker. And so I just don't really play with other people. But also because I want to stream, I don't want, and I don't want to do things like put a bunch of effort into obfuscating, what my home server is and all of that stuff, because I just don't want to play in a way that assumes that everybody who's watching is just a cheating piece of garbage. And that's eventually going to get me raided a bunch, right? And I'm going to end up getting killed a lot and end up having to fight a lot because of that. And so I don't want to put that on a tribe because I don't want to stream in a different way. I don't I don't like the idea of other people relying on me and so needing to play in a way that is beneficial to those people because I will go way overboard with it and like put myself out to make sure that I am being reliable, and that just always makes me have less fun, and I don't want to do that. It's not a good thing for me. I tend to create my own conditions for resentment. Should come raiding sometime though. We have fun. Take some of the loot for yourself. Would be a laugh. Um, yeah, I'm probably down with that. Probably down with that. I need to get a little more raiding experience under my belt because I'm not great at it. And again, I just don't want to have a really, really massive, I guess you would call it phobia of feeling like I've let people down. So until I think that I'm good enough to contribute fully, that's just not something I would want to do. Because I would feel bad if I didn't know exactly what I was doing, or, you know, I'm just an anxious person. Didn't feel that way contributing as being there. Sometimes just sitting on top of stegos soaking turrets is more than enough. You're absolutely right. I 100% shouldn't feel that way. Um, that doesn't change the reality of that feeling. It's on an academic level, I understand that the anxiety I feel is unfounded and a fabrication of my own mind, but that doesn't change the fact that it's there and it kind of fucking ruins my life. There's not really anything I can do about it. I can assure you, I would very much prefer to just not feel that way. Keeping your extinction base or porting all to center. I'll probably keep the extinction base. I think it was you actually who told me yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago, that there's a good chance that people will get caged and lose their characters though on the temporary servers. And I really wanted to stay and like PvP and have a good time and stuff as the extinction server was closing out. But if that's the kind of thing that people will do, then I actually might not stick around on this server through like the end into the deletion because I don't want to lose my character because that would suck a bag of dicks. It would suck a bag of dicks. And I don't want to deal with that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how many people sunsetting servers. Yeah, it's your extinction. Yeah, our extinction is temporary. I didn't realize temporary servers was a thing because I haven't played since the island. So, yeah, I didn't even know that that was like something that could happen. All right, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I picked this one. That's 30 turrets, 31 turrets. I think that's probably enough turrets. And I just came to this one because there were fewer people on it. I imagine because it's not a permanent server. So I didn't want to deal because I knew. Well, so it's not about lowering the number of servers because all of the non-sunset servers were capped at 70. So it's not that they needed to lower the number of servers, it's that when a new map launches, people come back to play and they only play temporarily and then they leave. So you have to expand the number of servers to meet that higher demand. And then you have to get rid of some of the servers when that demand goes away. The point is that they're trying to do exactly what you want is force people to PvP. Because if they just kept the number of servers that they're required to have for that influx of players, then nobody would have to PvP. They can't though, because the game doesn't run well if you increase the number of players too much. So, I mean, I think their solution is a good solution. The sunsetting servers, I think, are great. And the fact that you know up front. And I also think that they work really well as beginner servers, right? I got this opportunity to, build up a new character and not necessarily have to fight as hard. Now I get to move back into the main cluster. If I had played on a regular extinction server, then there would have been much more fighting, much more raiding, much more people trying to express dominance over the server because it's permanent. Nobody here is trying to take this server over. So I was left mostly alone after the first couple of weeks after that initial rush to like PvP and have a good time and experience the server opening. Now I've had an opportunity to get myself into a position where I can go back out into the regular server cluster and maybe actually stand a chance on my new character. So it's actually a great opportunity for players who either haven't been playing in a long time. Um, So that sucks. The fact that they're taking servers that were not temporary and getting rid of them um, sucks. Because, like you said, if it's not active, but you've got the whole thing built, that's really rough for y'all. But it also brings back the idea that I assume y'all are on a small tribe server. So it also brings back the idea that you really need to have more than one tribe in a server to keep that activity up. And so the idea of not shitting where you eat comes back into it, where you really need to encourage players to play on your server as long as they don't fuck with other people on the server. And that will bump the activity so that your server doesn't get sunsetted. So again, I actually think that's a positive because it gives a reason for tribes like yours that are extremely well established to allow, newer players or um, solos or smaller tribes or stuff like that to go unaccosted on your server so that you end up having more activity going on instead of just completely locking the server down and making it impossible to do anything. And then there's only ever 6 people that are on that server. So the activity isn't high enough. And so it gets sunsetted. So, I mean, it sucks for y'all, but honestly, it's probably good for the game as a whole. If my neighbor's dog doesn't shut up, I'm gonna lose my shit. Especially small tribes, because on small tribes, you just can't have servers that only have a single tribe of 6 people. Right? Like, that's kind of insane for only 6 people to operate. Y'all, even if you are extremely active 6 people, you don't have the ability to consume all of the resources on a server. So even if you can lock a whole server down, it just means that there are tons and tons of resources completely going to waste if there aren't, 2 or 3 um, tribes all kind of working together to consume the resources. So while I understand the defensive value of not allowing anybody to get past primitive on your server, it's bad for the game. I don't understand why they would class 15 consistent people as an active. That's kind of silly. That to me seems like a very active server. I don't know. I don't know what their criteria are. Also, fuck you for making people pay taxes. That is straight out of the mob. Because you can't actually do anything for those people. Right? The only reason that they pay taxes to you is so that you specifically don't raid them. Because it's not like you can stop other people from raiding them. Because you're not allowed to help in PvP. So you're literally getting them to pay protection money from you. That's just straight up extortion. Congratulations. You're the mafia. I mean, except it does benefit you. The turrets that hold the server protect you just as much as they protect anybody else. In fact, that benefits you more than it benefits them. Because you probably consume a greater share of the resources than they do on the server. And so being able to maintain control of those resources benefits you more than them. I'm not saying everybody shouldn't pitch in, but trying to make it sound like this altruistic thing that you're doing for somebody is kind of silly. If it didn't benefit you, you wouldn't do it. But it also protects them. If they want to put in the hundreds of hours it takes to spam the server, build the towers. I mean, I suppose you should do whatever you want. It's a video game, play the way you want to play. We're just never going to agree on that. And I also understand that the mechanics of the game don't really promote playing the game the way I want to play it. Right? Like my goal would be to have a server full of people just don't fight each other. And who work independently to benefit the server and or themselves. But I get that that's not really the way the systems in the game are set up. And that if you don't have control of a server, likely one of those people that's just building up is eventually going to come and attack you. Because they probably own another server where they're already built up. Now you're just allowing them to build up a fob. Like, I get that. But for the same reasons that I refuse to obfuscate my server and stuff like that when I'm running around streaming, I refuse to assume that other people on my server are going to have bad strategy or be malicious to the server. It's just the way I like to view the world. mean, and you're right. It does ensure that, if somebody was coming to build a fob because they eventually wanted to raid you, and they were just pretending like they wanted to build on that server, and you just let them build up without taxing them, then that means they get to build up their fob without, having to worry about anything. And, at least if you tax them, they have to give you some sort of benefit. And that creates an additional barrier to their growth on the server to eventually attack you. It means you can keep better track of, what they're doing. It means you know where they're built. I mean, there's a lot of nuance to the safety that provides you. But and it is the most common way people play for a reason because it's the one that guarantees success the most for the longest duration. Just want the server to be able to stand. Keeping 50 plus towers capped without taxing players is impossible. Well, and so I don't think that it should fall to a single tribe either, right? I think everybody should pitch in. I just dislike, I guess, the idea of calling it a tax more than anything. Because I dislike the idea of a single tribe controlling the allocation of that, I suppose. If you could come to a consensus and say, like, this tribe needs to maintain this tower, right? They need to build a tower here, and they need to maintain that tower for the security of the server. That, I think, would sit better with me because then they would have control over that tower, right? They would control how it was built. It would be their responsibility, their ownership. They just take care of it. And then it doesn't feel like this boot on the neck kind of a thing that quote unquote taxes feel like. And I'm putting my safety in their hands. If they fail to do it, hurts me. Absolutely. Absolutely. But you're asking them to do the same thing, right? Put their safety in your hands. If you fail to do it, they're screwed. And you can't even really protect them. Like, you can put up all these turrets and stuff, but if their base gets attacked, you can't go defend their base. So not only is there safety in your hands, you also can't do anything to ensure their safety. So it puts those players in an extraordinarily precarious position. When they're looking at a Deddy of ARB and their wall needs ammo, the tower will lose out on that ammo 99% for sure. But it would be the same for your wall, right? If your wall wasn't capped, you would put ammunition in your wall first. There's also no way to stop people from scouting your server, which is primarily what would protect those taxpayers. Tower unpack needs ammo. Figured out my wallet cap it. So, I mean, you can have towers and stuff in all of the standard base spots. But that doesn't mean that somebody can't come and, fly around on a PT and like find all your taxpayers' bases and then just come raid those. The minute they start raiding that taxpayer, you can't do anything about it. Well, it's not about being unraidable. It's about, like, I'm trying to understand what all of these towers that you're putting up, what sort of security that actually gives the other people on your server. I understand the control and security it gives you because it stops people from being able to build in really, really strong base locations unless they have some sort of a subordinate relationship with you where they're paying you taxes or whatever. Which makes it easier if somebody comes to set a fob on your base. They can't place that fob in an extremely strong position like that. But for your taxpayer, that's not necessarily true. A, their bases are probably infinitely more rateable than you. Towers ESP with render the way scouts normally face check a tower. Yeah, especially. Hmm. I don't know. Well, that's for sure true. I definitely. I went to go look for donkeys a little while ago, and I went over to an island server, and I just kept almost running into turrets, like in the swamp and stuff, looking for a frog. It was pretty ass. So I can PvP and help them if they either have account shares or aren't online. I mean, sure, if you're going to go against TOS, you can absolutely do that stuff. But now you're getting into the realms of, pay me taxes and I can help you if you're willing to cheat. I would never give my account information to some person that I only knew through the game. Like, that's insane. US says no two tribes can PvP on a base. Says nothing about me countering a raid if they're not online defending. Right, but countering a raid means completing the raid. And taking the raid for yourself. If your intention is simply to defend their base, that's not countering a raid. That's PvP alliancing. It means at least attempting to complete the raid. So maybe you don't actually have to complete the raid, but you do at least need to attempt it. I mean, I guess that's a fine line. I guess you could give like a half-assed effort, soak a couple bullets, call it quits, pack up, and go home. That is definitely operating by the letter of the law and not the spirit of the law. I just use law because it's a common expression, not because it's actually legal or illegal. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. If you had an account that you were just using to share. But again, that's absolutely against terms of service. You can't, technically, you can't share accounts like that. I understand that a ton of people do it, that it's an extremely common practice, but that doesn't make it right or allowed. I don't personally have a problem with people sharing accounts and two people playing on the same account. Um, if it wasn't against the terms of service, it wouldn't bother me. But it is against the terms of service. And so the issue that I have is it creates an environment where people are naturally handicapping themselves in an effort to stay within the rules of the game. And then others are gaining an advantage by flouting those rules. It would be like if we were playing Monopoly and you only paid half price for each of the, the properties, and you were just like, well, if Monopoly doesn't want me to not cheat, then there should be a way to automatically remove the full price from my account. And then I'm like, well, no, I'm just going to play by the rules. And so I always pay the full price, and I would lose at Monopoly every single time. There would be no reason to play. But if it wasn't against the terms of service, and I was just allowed to do it, then, well, then it becomes a pay to win thing. Because then, people who have the ability to just purchase another account that they can use solely for the sake of account sharing would be in a better position, but that's a completely different question. But if there was nothing against it, then anybody would be able to do it without having any sort of moral aversion because it's totally acceptable within the rules of the game. Rules are there with it with the expectation that we agree to abide by them. Oh shoot. Well, that's not what I wanted. And if we all say, we agree to abide by these rules, if we all say this is how that we all agree to abide by these rules, and then some of us don't, then that just hurts the entire game, you know? Whether you think the rules are good or right or whatever is kind of irrelevant. Because even if the rules are shit, as long as everybody's abiding by them, it's at least fair. You're absolutely right. And so it is my assertion that if you can't enforce a rule in the TOS through game mechanics, then it shouldn't be there. Right? For example, I think it's stupid to have a rule against account sharing if you don't have a way to make sure that it can't happen. Because now you are setting up a situation where your moral players will be at a disadvantage to people who are willing to say, well, you can't do anything about it, so F you, I do what I want. And that's a huge negative for your game. And so I do agree that if you put something in the TOS and you don't have a mechanical way to ensure that that TOS is abided by, then you should remove it from the TOS and just make it allowed. Because if you don't do that, then you're just setting up a system where the players that you want to maintain, those players who are always going to do and play the game the way you want it to be played, are going to leave your game. And you're going to be left with a toxic environment of people who will just do whatever they want. But that's not what's being set up. And the rules are in the game. And so as players, we should abide by those rules for the sake of a better gaming environment. And I also understand that if you abide by the rules, you will get killed. And the only way to truly defend yourself from other cheaters is to cheat. That's 100% the truth. But I still think it is better to follow the rules and try and make the game a better place and lose than it is to break the rules because other people are going to break them and win. I agree. I absolutely agree. But then you have to ask the question, and so there's no point in bending the rules slightly, right? Because everybody is going to have a different definition of what that is, right? Maybe I think bending the rules slightly is that it's okay to put turrets in the mesh to defend against people who are meshing me. Technically, it's against the rules to put structures in the mesh, but I'm going to do it just to defend myself. And the other person thinks bending the rules slightly is going into the mesh to destroy my mesh turrets, because that's technically against the rules. So now we have two people who are bending the rules slightly, who are operating inside of the mesh because they don't want to be at a disadvantage to the person who is just straight up meshing. Now we've all broken the exact same rule to a different degree, but I'm still at a disadvantage because I'm not willing to go raid a base through the mesh. But the person who's willing to come through the mesh to raid me is still only breaking the same rule I am. They're just breaking it to a slightly different degree. So now where is the line now? Right? We're all deciding on the line for ourselves. So there's still no hard, fast way to determine a line. Right? So the line in the sand has already been drawn by the terms of service. So your choice is stay on either side of the line. It's a binary decision. And if you go, you either choose to stay on the following the TOS side of the line, or you choose to move to the not following the TOS side of the line. And the degree to which you do that doesn't really matter. Which is why I made the decision, because originally I was going to put turrets in the mesh at this base that I'm setting up in the center to protect myself from getting meshed again. And what I'm talking about now is ultimately why I decided I wouldn't do. I'm just going to spam the inside of my cave. And if somebody wants to come and C4 through the mesh and blow up all my turrets and raid my base anyway, then I'm just going to let that happen. We need a couple of generators here. What do I need? I need poly and element. There's only so many times you will let that happen before frustration gets the better of you. I have been playing the game for about 5,000 hours since ASE, and as of yet, I've never broken the terms of service. So not knowingly, no. It is possible because I have never actually read the terms of service. So it is entirely possible that I have broken the TOS without my knowledge, but I've never meshed. I've never I've never teamed on a small tribe server. I mean, those are the two big ones. The rest of the time I'm just playing the game. So yeah. I suppose it's possible that I've been rude to a degree that would be against the terms of service when somebody killed me and I was frustrated. I have also never blocked an RD or an obelisk or a drop because I've always played solo. So I've never actually been in a position to completely control the server. So I've never done any of that. Never built in an RD cave. That's just a personal thing. I think that's garbage. I want to be able to get to the artifacts. Whether it was against the TOS or not, I wouldn't do that. But I definitely, I have broken the terms of service in that I have said profanities and called people profanities in the global chat when they killed me and I was frustrated. So I have broken the TOS. I've never even so much as grapple glitched. Never fired rockets under the water with a tech suit. Never built floating structures, but that's actually the definition of bending everywhere so slightly because everyone gets pissed off. I agree. I absolutely agree. And I absolutely think that action should have been taken, right? The TOS probably says something about, again, I haven't read it, I don't know. There's probably something about, being muted or something like that on your account. And that's normally what happens in an MMO game is if you get a little pissed off, you get some sort of temporary mute action so you can't be in global because obviously you need a cooling off period. So you stop being an asshole. Right? And that's absolutely what it should have happened to me in that situation. And it would have reinforced to me, like, hey, you're being a dick. You should stop that. No, that's not what happened to me. But it certainly should have. That's why also that the punishment for popping off at the mouth is usually less severe than other violations of rules in video games too, is because it's typically an emotional response and not a malicious response. Not all the time. Sometimes people just pop off in chat because they want to get a rise out of people. But most of the time it has to do with, I'm currently in an emotionally elevated state and I'm making this mistake not with the intent of breaking the terms of service or gaining an advantage, but because I'm angry. And so a cooling off period is enough to recalibrate somebody back to fair play. The reason you get bans for things like duping and for things like other stuff is it's not something that you do in an emotional state. It's something that you do with the intent of gaining an advantage over other people playing the game, in spite of the fact that you know at the time you're doing it that it's not something you're supposed to be doing. And that you have intentionally taken steps to break the rules. And the terms of service are right about trying to regulate chat and keep people from being extraordinarily rude to each other. I've never once come out of one of those situations and then when I finally cooled off, 30 minutes later gone, yeah, I feel really good about that interaction. And I always feel bad about those interactions. It's never fun to look back and be like, wow, I just told that person to, you know, whatever I told them. I feel really good about that. No, that was a shitty comment to say, and I feel awful about it. And so there should have absolutely been some sort of action taken, mute me or whatever, to keep me from doing that because it's not a good look. It's not fun for anybody. And I've gotten to the point where I mostly just avoid the global chat at all. Like this most recent time when that person meshed me in the center. We were literally on the center at the same time. I did get in global chat, but all I said was nice mesh. Um, I forget exactly what the words I used, but it boiled down to good job meshing. You suck. Because I was mad, but I knew I didn't want to, be that person. Actually, that's not true. I think I called him a POS in the global. Like literally the abbreviation POS. I think I said, good job meshing, you're a POS. P. Piece of shit. So again, probably against terms of service. But let's see. Too many snowflakes now. Resort to global chat. Is that what it is? Put an old school Modern Warfare 2 lobby voice chat in ARK Global 100% ban. Hmm. I disagree with you there too. If what you're saying in global is bad enough that people feel a need to reach out to the developer to get you banned, you deserve the ban. 100% of the time, every time. People aren't just going out of their way to fill out paperwork over nothing. There is a significant difference between what's okay to be said in your voice chat with your 3-person group in Call of Duty. And I understand voice chats are temporarily global, in Call of Duty, and that, you know, when you kill somebody, they get to talk to you or whatever. If they reported you for saying POS in global, they need to stop licking windows and look in the mirror. I mean, I didn't get reported for that, but I also wouldn't have gotten a ban for calling somebody a POS. Like, I might have gotten a temporary mute, and that would have been totally valid, right? You can't go running around insulting people like that. It's not okay. Regardless of the fact that that person broke the rules more than me or whatever by meshing my base, you still can't just run around calling people piece of shit like that. Like, that's not cool. But that also, there would have been some discretion used by wildcard, right? There are degrees to what you can say and what you can't, and degrees of punishment will be based on what you said. So, you know, I put POS in there. Maybe I get a temporary mute. You pop off real bad and start dropping, you know, racist remarks and stuff like that, and you're likely to catch a permanent ban in the game and lose your account. And I think both of those are totally valid reactions by the devs, because you don't want your global chat to be bogged down by stuff like that, right? Global chat is where your community in game should be interacting to enhance the game experience, not to have to watch, you know, somebody who's mad that they just lost their base hop off and be a butthead to some other person. Like, that's not helping anybody's gaming experience. That's not at all positive for the game in any way. Wildcard judging how far they bend the rules. See what I'm getting at? Except it's not wildcard judging how far they bend the rules. Wildcard has a set of standard operating procedures, and they have minimums and maximums based on specific activity, based on repetition of the infraction, right? Based on prior action taken against accounts. That's not just a in the moment decision where they say, okay, this time this person said POS and we're only going to give them a 2-hour chat ban, but next time we might totally ban the account. Absolutely. You have, I mean, there are tons and tons and tons of analytics on every account in this game. Do I think that some of it is probably automated by a bot? Absolutely. Do I think that the system could be better? 100%. You know, I'm not like jumping on the wild card bandwagon here to be like, oh yeah, their ability to handle, you know, cheating and account action is top notch, and we should totally just bow down to whatever wildcard says is the proper action to take. Obviously, mistakes are made, but mistakes are made within the scope of precedent and procedure. Well, I agree with that. 100%. I think cheating is absolutely rampant on ARK. But cheating is also rampant on ARK, not not just because Wildcard's ability to handle cheating is bad, but because players' ability to handle cheating is bad. Because just like this conversation we've had, where both of us understand that by not cheating, you place yourself at a disadvantage. And that leads to a lot more cheating. Eventually, Wildcard would be able to find most of the people who are meshing, most of the people who are using aimbots, and action those accounts. If every person who got aimbotted didn't just go, oh, well, fuck it. If somebody's going to aimbot me, then I'm going to go ahead and aimbot too, and perpetuate that cycle of cheating. Hey, what's up, Clint? How are you? How are you doing today? There are a huge number of people who have chosen to cheat in this game, who do so because they think that they don't have any other choice. If account anti-meshes say 5 times in one day, that account should be flagged to look at where they were when they anti-meshed. Is this your solution to anti-meshing? Is that what you're trying to get at? Like if you get killed by the anti-mesh over and over and over again in a day, then somebody should be looking? I think, honestly, the best way to try and find cheaters is not just to be looking at not just to be looking at the anti-mesh from multiplayer servers, but to be looking at the anti-mesh from single player servers, because most people who find mesh holes and come up with anti-mesh strategies do so in single player. And even when you're in single player, I'm fairly certain the game is still connected to the internet. I don't think you can play single player without being connected to the internet. At least I'm pretty sure you can't. I don't know, maybe you can. But if there would be a way to keep track of some of that in single player games, you would have a much better idea of how people specifically were doing meshes. And you could look for way more than 5 times, right? Because people who are trying to create mesh mechanics or mesh uh, words are hard. Just bend the mesh and make it solid. I don't actually know why the game is structured this way. I'm pretty sure it's this way. You can play single player offline, Clunt? Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, then that's not a possibility. But that's really where all of this cheating stuff is learned, right? People don't go and like find dupe methods on live servers. They either make private servers to find dupe methods for, because they need the server activity to be able to use, network switches and stuff like that to create lag to cause dupable systems. Or they go into single player to find mesh holes, to find ways into the mesh. Or maybe go to private servers to do some of that too. That's true. Sometimes people accidentally find stuff. That's true. But most of the time, it's intentional. But I do think you're right. Um, if you kept track of how many times in a certain duration an account died to the anti mesh and then used that to investigate accounts, that would be a great way to do it. That would require quite a bit of manpower, which is why it probably isn't done that way. I'm not saying that that's a good reason, just that's probably the reason. I mean, I think the big problem, the worst one was the invisible dragon. 2 months to fix. The invisible dragon was a nightmare. I think a lot of the inability to combat cheating and stuff in this game and in pretty much every game that I've ever played comes down to money. Game developer companies and publishers are unwilling to spend the money required to take care of those things because it wouldn't be difficult, right? As players, we see all the time that when I'm just regularly playing the game, um, I don't necessarily think that they're profiting from it. It's it's a question of at what point do we stop gaining additional profits from fixing problems? So they could spend another, $2 million a year hiring people to go after cheaters, to fix these mesh problems, and to do stuff like that. But the only way they would do that is if spending that $2 million would very quickly make them more than that $2 million in additional revenue by having more people play the game. And so I think in a lot of situations, they see players who are lost due to those issues, right? If you die to the anti mesh system and lose everything and then quit, then they just kind of write you off as a player who's never coming back. And so fixing the problem that caused you to quit isn't going to bring you back. And so it's lost money. So I don't think that they're necessarily profiting off of people cheating. They're just not going to profit more off of fixing those cheats. So why would they? Is I think how they see it. Whoops. But fixing the problem will stop more people quitting. Sure. Go sure. But other people quitting have kind of already spent money. I mean, that's true. That's absolutely true. But so I personally would tend to think that this practice was a bad idea, right? That you should spend the money and it will ultimately make you more money. But there are really, really smart people who get paid a pretty stupid amount of money to crunch the math on whether or not it's economically beneficial to fix those issues and at what rate you need to be fixing those issues, right? It's a solved equation. Or at least a more solved equation than I'm going to come up with on my own with my limited math skills and limited analytical data on, what makes players quit and what makes players stop spending money, um, and stuff like that, right? They have much more data than I do, and there's somebody with much more math experience than I am crunching those numbers and saying, okay, here's the line. Don't spend any more than this because that's where you're optimizing your profits. And so from an emotional perspective, which is the perspective I have as a player, right? I look at all these problems and I see how frustrated they make me and how much they make me want to quit the game, and I say, if they would just fix these problems, they would stop so many people from quitting. But that's not the perspective that the company is taking. They're taking a completely monetary perspective, and I think that's terrible, right? I think that the company should be willing to lessen their profit to provide a better product. Um, and I think that there are some things that you can't quantify there, right? Like, it may not make you more money with this game, but over time, I believe your company would see more growth because you would get a reputation as a company who is going to spend the extra money to fix the issues and to provide a good product. And then later, people are going to purchase your next game, right? You're going to have a larger community who is excited for anything that you put out because they know that you're going to be willing to spend the money. I think ultimately that will increase profits. If they polished ARK, then ARK 2 would have a massive buy. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. But that is not something where there's hard numbers for. And so I don't think stuff like that gets added into the equation by any company, not just by Wildcard. There is one company that I think did add that into the equation. I don't remember what the name of the company is, but the people who made No Man's Sky, who then put out years and years and years of updates for free on No Man's Sky, because what they promised and what they published were two totally fucking different things, right? That game was a total rug when it launched, and the community was rightfully incredibly upset and absolutely destroyed them on the internet. But then the company didn't just abandon the game. They started putting out free update after free update after free update, and it is now one of the most positively looked upon survival games out there. I've never personally played it, so I don't have any personal experience with it, but I see almost no negative reviews on that game anymore. And I think because of that, their new game, Light No Fire, is going to do considerably better than it would have had they not done that. Most of our 2 players will be the diehard players, and it will be just as dead as ASA and ASE. I hope not, because I intend to play ARK 2, and I really hope that it doesn't suffer that fate, because I really want to play it. Teleport over to my transmitter here. Dookie. Dookie. I fucked up. We're going to end up taking my entire kit. Okay. Here's how this goes. Throw out all this stuff. We're going to bring the generators, ammo, put away my kit. Grab all that. Perfect. I definitely going to try ARK 2 but I don't know if I'd really play it consistently. I feel like they'll get sales, but not much concurrent players. I think it's going to really depend on the lead up to Arc 2 as well. So I feel like we've been getting a little bit of conflicting information, or maybe some misinformation, or maybe some misunderstandings about some of the information we've been getting. And so for right now, I think the community pretty much thinks that Arc 2 is going to be like a mostly single player story game, like maybe Enshrouded, instead of the massively multiplayer base rating type game that we have now. And if that's the case, then the game will lose all of its diehard fans. Well, except for its solo player diehard fans. And I guess there is a pretty significant number of people who only play Ark solo. Nothing into marketing the game, so same again, it's not going to get the attraction. Right, exactly. So it's going to depend on their marketing in the future. If the game is really a mostly solo story game, then they really need to push the marketing, because the people who play ASA and ASE aren't going to play that game. Where you can't pivot from sandbox survival game to a theme park RPG and think that you're going to maintain the same player base. So either we need to be informed that we're misunderstanding how the game is going to be developed, or they need to start marketing and looking for that new player base, because it's not us, right? I don't want to play a single player RPG. That's not why I play Ark. That's why I play Final Fantasy. And so I'm confused. Now, it's my understanding that the game is going to be like Survival Evolved and Survival Ascended, just with more storyline elements and more action combat. But that doesn't seem to be the consensus across the community. And so either they need to clear that shit up, or they need to start looking for a new community, because the same players aren't moving to that game. That's not why we play Ark. So, yeah, I mean, I've been pretty confused with a lot of their decisions since ASA came out. I was a huge fan and supporter of ASE, primarily because of their monetization strategy. I was always willing. The story to Ark is so good, it should have been more heavily focused in the remaster. I agree with that. Absolutely. Absolutely. It would have been cool to see something that actively guided you through the explorer notes in the game. They haven't really given us much info about it too. The only way I can think about Arc 2 is Arc and Elden Ring combined. Well, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for, right, Clint? I would love to see Arc and Elden Ring combined. That'd be great. Um, yeah, I would love to see maybe like a quest line or something that had to do with the survivor notes, where when you got one, like maybe it triggered something on your map that would show you where the next one was, and you could actually go through them in order and learn about how the different explorers who left the notes, um, went through their time in Ark and explored Ark, and sort of learn with them as they learned about the world. Yeah, or even put chords on the notes. Absolutely, absolutely. But even such a small change would have been a huge positive for the game. I 100% agree with that. And that's not even, you're not even really creating a quest system or anything like that. Really hoping and assuming that Arc 2 has more of a storyline. Yeah, I'd love to see like a quest system in Arc 2. Um, I'd love to see maybe the maps have some sort of um, word I'm looking for. Maybe some sort of like neutral NPCs or something like that. Yes, some more cutscenes, some more voice lines. All of that would absolutely be positive for the game. 100% on board. Um, we're gonna put this here. We are going to vault drop this. Then the other one, like the drag into a cutscene for the same with Monkey and Spider. Absolutely. I would even maybe like to see um like a cinematic cutscene for some of the bosses that show, we've got ARK the animated series, but I think it'd be pretty cool if we got maybe some cinematic cutscenes for um words are hard. Some cinematic cutscenes for the bosses that instead of just being um, instead of just being an image of the boss and showing you the boss you're about to fight, maybe they could be cinematic cutscenes of like the animated series where you see the characters from the animated series actually fighting the boss. And it kind of gives you an idea of what some of its attacks are. It could be a quick little thing, right? It only needs to be 30 seconds. It could be cinematic, so it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly how you would go about fighting the boss, right? Maybe some rolling out of the way of some dragon's breath or something like that. But just to give you a little bit of an idea, the dragon could fly in and shoot the meteors at um, Rockwell or one of the characters, and then they could roll out of the way, and then the dragon could land and breathe fire, and they could hold up a shield and defend the fire, and then that's it. Right? You've seen the two main attacks of the dragon. You got this cool cinematic sort of cutscene. Maybe it takes 30 seconds, and you're good to go. You get an idea of what the map looks like because you see the map in the fight, and then you just move on with your life. It could be totally fun. I imagine I don't actually have grapples here anymore, which is a bummer. Okay, but we're gonna get these turned back on here. So put that in there, turn that bad boy on. A lot of these are broken. I'm gonna need to come in here with resources and fix these. But I can't go down there right now because I didn't bring a grapple and stuff with me. So let's... Where do I want to put this other generator? I almost feel like I should put this other generator just like right in the middle of the thing. Right? Because if I put a Jenny right here, then you can't really mesh it, right? You would actually have to come down into... I don't have enough element to craft a tech suit. Not the whole thing. I guess I could craft a tech chest and just fly, but then you'd actually have to like physically come out here if I put this in the middle somewhere. Right, like I can get it placed right here. You wouldn't be able to just mesh that. I feel like that's a good idea. You do just have to destroy the foundation it's on, but still. Of course, I guess, honestly, get all these cliff plats in here. You can just blow up the cliff plat, so it doesn't really matter. Because I'm sure the cliff plats poke out into the mesh. Probably shouldn't have built this on cliff plats. Oh well. Just wondering what bosses Arc 2 would have. I really hope they have Rockwell and stuff, but for some reason I doubt they'll add him. So this is like way into the future of Arc, isn't it? The the Arc 2 is supposed to be like way in the future. Let's go ahead and cancel Q here. We have enough of this stuff. Yeah, that's why I don't think they'll have the original. Yeah, I don't think they will either. I imagine it's going to be very, very different lore-wise. Let's go put some of this stuff in here. Okay, I still have a crossbow. Just doesn't have grapples. Let's go see about finding some grapples. Oh, we got ladders. This'll work temporarily. Perfect. They need to go fund me. That's probably true. And that'll make me the big sad. Okay. So none of these have very many shards. But for now, they'll keep out the one person that might come over here right now. But we've got quite a few advanced rifle bullets. So let's go get our turrets and the rest of our rifle bullets. Let's come back over here. Let's try and get this base set up a little bit with some internals and some heavy turrets over there and maybe some more shards. Let's try and get this thing secured a little bit. Why do I suddenly have 100 oil? Oops. Okay. Teleport over here. bring a bunch of stuff in. I actually want to go ahead and bring my tech legs because I want to be able to run around. There they are. Oh. Apparently those eggs can just pop babies out right here. That's crazy. What's up, baby Dimorphodon? Since you're moving servers, when do you think you'll start doing raids? Within the week, if I can get this base secured. Something I want to start doing is spending time on the weekends farming materials and stuff. And then when we have regular rates on weekdays, going around scouting, doing raids, stuff like that. Trying to get into like PvP and stuff on the weekends. So that will be the goal. Can I still access that from here? I can. Let's take all my advanced rifle bullets out. Let's throw one thing out here. Where does it land? There, where I can get it. Okay. Let's throw out all my turrets here. And get all my advanced rifle bullets. Grab all them turrets. Should have taken the advanced rifle bullets out of here first also. I failed to do that. Yeah, it'll depend on how secure this base stays. So the last time I started making this base, it stayed secure for about a week. And then it got meshed. So, unfortunately, that means that these people kind of know that I'm here. So, yeah, we're just going to have to look into it. But next weekend, hopefully we'll be setting up our farming outpost on another center server so that we can use a donkey. Yeah. Doubt they come back. You've been gone a while. Think you quit. Hopefully, Twisty. Hopefully. Unfortunately, this Yumian, what's up? Yeah, I did get meshed in my center base, Yumian, a while back. Actually, I think it was before you even came and started watching. It's been a while. Maybe a week or so? Maybe more than a week? I don't know. I don't even know how long you've been watching anymore. But, yeah, we got meshed in our center base. So we're going to put some internals and stuff and try and stop that from happening again. Hopefully. We're going over there right now. We've got ourselves 30... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we got ourselves 30 heavy turrets. No, I didn't just now get meshed. No. We are rebuilding the base that we got meshed in. Think you should go find a rat hole to raid on your center server. I do not shit where I eat, Twisty. I will never raid or even PvP on my home server. I won't do anything on my home server. I'm not going to farm there. I'm only going to live there. I'm going to create a farming outpost on a different server with a transmitter so I can go farm and then just transmitter back to my base with my farm. And want to have... You can craft the honey turret. It's very OP to kill people when they try to mesh you. Oh, will the honey turret kill people through the mesh? That? Hey. See, now that's some information I needed to know. Alright, now I need to craft myself element so I can turn on my shit here. Goes through structures too, but it can't have a roof over its head, right? You should find a pillar-based turret, just tame the desert titan, transfer it to some server. It has to be outside. Isn't that its whole thing? I know for sure that you can't totally enclose it in structures or it stops working. Because I actually have a couple of those that I've just found in drops and stuff. And I've got an extra beehive that I want to bring over here. So I'll bring my beehive over here and get it starting to produce honey. And I'll bring some honey over here and I'll drop 3 or 4 of those down. That's falling out of control, thank you. I don't know if it works if you put a vault over it. What? Yeah, because it kills through structures and closing would be broken. Yeah, right, okay. I mean, that's fine. If that thing can kill people inside of the mesh, then I am definitely spamming those all throughout my base. Yeah, I'll try vault dropping it on single player, and if it works, then I'll vault drop mine. It would be pretty broken if you could vault drop them. I imagine that it's been tested and you probably can't, but we'll test it. Okay, so let's start off. Let's just go put all these turrets in this vault. Okay, let's go down and put a couple down here. It won't take more than a couple to start. We just want turrets facing down into the hole. That are on players and tames. And we'll go get a couple thousand bullets. Put them in there. Yes, rockets do splash. That is absolutely true. However, there's only so much room down there. So I think it's better to have as many turrets as I can. in as little space as I can. Sure. Let me just get some bullets in these. Since I don't have any grapples, I don't have any way back in right now, so I'm just going to use the photo mode to show you. But this is the entrance here, right? You have to come all the way down. I can walk, like, on most of this, so I can see all the way out just by standing on this. But you can't fly up here. You can't get a pteranodon in. So you sort of have to grapple into the base. And then when you come out, over there is the pool below the first waterfall. And then you've got this path that leads up sort of into this cave here. And this is your entrance right here. So you can fly. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely twisty. So you can fly into this first crack with a snow owl or a pteranodon. And then you can fly and you can be in here with a snow owl or a pteranodon. But you cannot get a snow owl or a pteranodon to fly up here. So you have to grapple in. And this is not a solid floor. You sort of like glide while you're on the floor down here. So as long as I don't put any structures down here, you can't stand firmly. And then you have to grapple up and then like jump off of your grapple to get onto this platform. So it's fairly impossible. Probably not, but it doesn't matter because you can't throw creatures near my cryo fridges, right? And I have a cryo fridge right over here. Now I will probably be putting some creatures down here for sure. You know, you put a couple of carbos down here with a Daedon on auto heal. Oh, you can now if it's in range of theirs. Okay. Okay. Well, even if you did throw a carbo in here, my turrets aren't going to shoot it because... So you'd have to, like, throw the carbo up here, I guess. So that means I need to get some sort of, well, we'll use dimorphodons, actually, to eat the bodies. Because we're going to put some dimorphodons and stuff in here, too. Eventually, so there's another base location, another rat hole right over here. And you go in right up here. And you can actually fly a PT in here. Techs want to be on tame creatures, otherwise people strap C4. I thought techs didn't shoot. I mean, the techs are on creatures and tame, or and players, because they do more damage, so I obviously want to be able to kill anything that comes in. But I thought techs didn't shoot C4. I thought only heavies did. I know techs don't shoot rockets. But you won't be able to... Okay, and the splash blows up the C4, I guess. But you won't really be able to do that, because the minute you throw a carbo up here, it'll start getting killed. I mean, I guess if they're really high health, then they might survive long enough to throw C4 on and move it in. But yeah. But eventually I'll have like a chandelier and stuff out here that defends both of these base locations, and then I'm going to use that other side. Um, you can't get a pteranodon in here. The only way to get a pteranodon in here would be to throw it out from the lower crack into the upper crack. A pteranodon can't fly in here. And if you threw a pteranodon into this crack, it would just insta-gib. Nope. At least I've never managed to get one to fit. I've tried spinning, I've tried all kinds of stuff to try and get PTs in here. Yeah, it's a really good entrance. Like, really good. Let's see. Let's put a turret back here. Let's put it right here. Let's put a turret over here. Put turret over here. Put turret right here. Put a turret back here. And maybe one up here too. And we'll put some over here. And we'll put some back here. Yeah, I mean, the reason that that person came and meshed this base, I have not spoken to any of the people on this server. I didn't like ask permission to build here. I'm just building, and they can kiss my butt. There's this one rat hole on Lava Island and Sandy Massive. Yeah, so I looked over there on a bunch of center servers, and they were all taken because I absolutely wanted that spot. Hunt. For sure, for sure. We're going to put quite a few turrets around this generator. And then one on the floor too, I think. Right there. Yeah, no, that base is pretty good. Okay. How many more turrets do I got? 7 more turrets? Let's get some out over the top of this, too. There's a pelly hole on floating 2, kind of broken. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of good spots over on floating island. The problem is, apparently, there's a huge mesh hole in the floating island that just allows you to get into the mesh over there. Which is why I opted not to take any of the floating island bases. Alright, let's go put the rest of these down in the entrance. Honestly, I have no idea if it's been fixed, Twisty. I heard about it when I came to build my base here. So like a week or so ago, and I haven't looked into it since then. Okay. Let's turn these on. Oh, putting bullets in turrets is so annoying. I guess actually what we should do is we should get some pin codes for these. We're going to put the internals all on the same pin code. No, I have not pin coded anything yet. The reason I want all the internals on the same pin code is I want to be able to just copy to all turrets with the same pin code for the settings as much as possible. Let's go ahead and pull out some bullets here. We're just going to put a couple hundred in each of these for right now. Confirm poly in the center at the snow island near the green ob. Yeah, I actually saw somebody doing that on this server the other day. I'll probably stick with just making hard poly though. Because it's kind of easy for me to make. Extinction just has so much obsidian that I almost don't feel a need. And like I said, I won't be farming on this server. So honestly, I'm kind of going to just seal this whole entrance off. And just teleport around with my... oops, wrong pin code. Just teleport around with my transmitter. So keep half of your organic. That's true. That's true. I could do that. And I do have a plan to create an organic polyfarm inside my base. It's what I did on my island server in my Pearl Cave. You know, 1 by 1, you can fit like 30 breeding penguins. And then you just raise their babies and eat their babies when you need organic poly. And especially now that we have that grinder, I imagine that works pretty well. If I found dupe loot in a base, would I keep it? I don't know how to identify duped loot. So probably in my ignorance, like a vault of deadies. I I guess I would probably notice if it was a vault of deadies that it was duped, and no, I would probably just throw it out because I wouldn't want my account associated with the dupe. Can't quite get up there. Bummer. Yeah, really. Because I mean, I wouldn't want to get banned for taking duped loot. That'd be ass. Do a raid. Um, the so the problem there is like there's a lot of cheating that's pretty rampant in ARK, including like RMT and stuff like that. So, like if I got one of these bases where maybe the RMTers lived and they had just tons and tons and tons of duped loot, then I'd probably just throw it out. But, you know, there's also the chance that you come across somebody who just purchased a couple of things. Um, and so they have some dupe loot. Yeah, I mean, I would want to get that stuff out of the game. There's also a difference between what I'm willing to do or how I feel about things now that I'm streaming and how I would have felt about things before I started streaming. Before I started streaming, the answer would have been absolutely, I would have kept it. But now that I'm streaming, I feel like there needs to be a really absolute position. Of like, okay, duping is bad. Always get rid of the dupe stuff. So I don't necessarily think that I would think negatively of a person who did keep it, but I think there's potential for me to be thought negatively of if I keep it as a streamer. And so I would probably get rid of it, not just because I think it's good to get out of the game, but also because I want to make sure I have like an absolute black and white line that I don't cross for the sake of the stream. All right. Let's get teleported back over to get the rest of these bullets. I mean, if you get it legit from a raid, you cross no lines. So I would tend to agree with you there. I would. I don't think that a player playing legitimately should be penalized for the cheating of other players. And that's exactly what that would mean. So, like I said, I would never have a problem with a person keeping that loot because you're right, you want it fair and square. I don't think you would get banned, for sure, for sure. Even if, but again, it's not just about losing my access to the game that I have to concern myself about, but I also have to concern myself with what the community could potentially think and how much of the community might have a negative impression of me doing that. Right? If it was only going to be 0.01% of people who thought it was a bad thing, then I'd probably keep it or not worry about it. But I imagine it's probably a much greater percentage of people, maybe 5 to 10% of people who would think that that was cheating. And so I'm unwilling to put myself in a position where, 5 to 10% of people who watch ARK maybe never come to this channel. But no, I don't necessarily think that a player who comes across a dupe base who rated it legitimately shouldn't keep those things. But I will not. And if I was in a tribe and somebody in my tribe brought a bunch of stuff back, I wouldn't want to punish that person for playing with me and like throw out all this stuff and be like, no, we can't keep this because I don't think that's okay. Right? If my tribe went and did a raid and they wanted to keep all this stuff, I would defer to that decision. That would be fine with me. Also, I've never raided a base that had a ton of stuff like that. I mean, that's a huge boost to any player, right? I mean, you get into a dupe base and they've got, deadies of tech replicators. It's pretty hard to walk away from that. So, not having ever been in that situation, I also couldn't say. I might just be like, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. I literally never have to farm again. I'm keeping it. I honestly don't know. That might be my reaction. If you could only live off of one map, which one would it be? It's a map that doesn't exist yet, but it would definitely be Crystal Isles. I really like Crystal Isles. Capidetti's is 60k black pearls, 2 mil metal, 800k hard poly, 300k base. Right, exactly. So that's really, really hard to walk away from. So in that position, I may succumb to the greed and just say F it. I mean, just an upload cap, right? You got 50 slots in your upload. You would never lose that stuff. You would have all of the resources. And it'd be kind of awesome. I'm out of spark powder and stuff. I need to bring some stuff over, make stuff in the other base. Okay, so it's just all about stone and wood right now. I think I want to take couldn't keep it in upload, gotta admit. I got dupe BPs in my upload and it fills 42 slots. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to walk away from. It really is. So I don't know how I would handle that. I don't know if I would have the moral fiber required. No, we're gonna keep that there. Actually. All right, let's get over there. I just take it, but if they tried to get me in trouble, I just let them take it. I mean, that's fair. 200 metal for capped flag. Kind of hard to say I'm not keeping it. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean it's a rough situation. It really is. I would find it very difficult to navigate that particular occurrence. Okay. So we are moving a little bit out of the realm of hypothetical into the realm of actively talking about times we have circumvented the terms of service. Um, we need to not do that because there are rules with Twitch about actively encouraging or promoting or otherwise talking about ways that you can possibly cheat in games. So, I mean, it's perfectly fine to talk about, is this cheating? Is this cheating? You know, stuff like that. But when we start actively talking about real money trading and, specific instances and stuff like that, then we have to kind of stop the conversation because that's a good way for my channel to get deleted. And I don't want that. No worries. It's my responsibility to pay attention to and to control where the conversation goes, not yours. Need to get some freaking flowers here. Bammo. My responsibility too, though, contributing to a community means the rules apply to me too. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. How long does this take? 8 minutes until it spoils? Okay. Well, I may or may not actually be able to put this in these turrets right away. Whoops. Alright, let's see. What's our timer? 11 minutes. So all of this is going to get spoiled. If I put it in here, does it last longer in here? No. Well, poop. Let's take all these bullets with us. Keep it in the fridge till timer's closer. Yeah, meh. It's just honey, who cares? I'm really excited about these Blade Wasp turrets, though. I can't believe they'll kill people that are trying to come at you through the mesh. That's maybe the greatest thing I've ever heard. Oh, I need sulfur as well. Okay. Consume sulfur to fire requires honey to activate. Okay. I actually have a sulfur gotcha. So we're definitely going to be able to get our sulfur without having to farm it, because fuck farming sulfur. Oh man, we've been streaming for 3 hours already. It's going to be lunchtime here real soon. I'm going to heat me up some tortillas and get me some peanut butter and jelly tacos again. I'm very excited about that. Actually, I'm going to do it right now. We have this 8.5 minutes here where we're waiting for this transfer timer, and that's more than enough time for me to go get some food. So that's what I'm going to do. So if y'all give me a couple of minutes here, I'll be right back. Yo, potato skins. I can get behind that. I understand peanut butter and jelly is just a staple thing here in the United States. I understand most people around the world probably wouldn't eat it, but it's just a thing that we eat here in the US. Pretty much every kid grows up with and I honestly didn't like it for most of my life. The texture. That's funny. I have never met a food texture that I was unwilling to eat. My older brother doesn't like shaved coconut for the same reason. Doesn't like the texture of it, but a calzone is a folded pizza, right? And then you like put noodles inside of it, or you just fill it with all the things you would normally put in spaghetti, like meatballs and stuff, sauce. I love soup, but I absolutely hate stew. Can't eat solids in liquids unless it's cereal. What? I love me a good beef stew. Or like a real thick chicken and broccoli soup. Or not chicken, potato and broccoli soup with some cheese in it. Just make it super thick. Oh, yeah. You know, I've never had chicken and leek soup. Mostly because I don't even know what the fuck a leek is. Is a leek a green onion? The only stew I like is bean and bacon. Ooh, that sounds good. I can get behind that. Like a nice, thick, dark stew. Almost like gravy with some beans and bacons in it. Yeah, sounds delicious. Spring onion. Okay. I don't know what the fuck a leek is. I don't think I've ever had leeks in my life. I can get behind a grilled cheese and tomato soup. What are you even talking about, game? Am I not allowed to bring these blade wasp nests over? Bread and butter pudding. No, I have not. I've had bread pudding. They don't have a timer. I think it might be these. Or it could be the beehive. I don't know. We'll try it out. Go to another server. I think it's the beehive. That was it. That's weird. I don't like that I can't travel with my beehive. It means I'm gonna have to find a bee here. Get my freaking honey. Which means I have to go outside. I literally just put up my beehive and it let me transfer. I don't know what happened then. That's a good idea. I'll try uploading it. A real good idea. Please equip. Thank you. In the meantime, whoops, that stuff in there. All right. Now, where did I leave off? Is this one pin coded? Yes. Took me a minute to remember where the word pin coded is. I actually haven't even finished my food. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. Finish my food. Peanut butter and jelly tacos. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Does anyone know who this emoji is? I forgot. Kind of looks like Raz Clark. Is it an ARK YouTuber? That is morbid but hilarious. It's globally used, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who it is. Maybe nobody knows. Maybe it's one of those weird things that happens in cultures where everybody's just so used to it that nobody even knows the origin anymore. You'll have to find some like 50-year-old who was here like right at the inception of streaming, and they'll know. And they'll pass that knowledge down. Oh, talking to myself, I'm 38, but I wasn't really around when streaming and stuff really started taking off early days. And I didn't really enjoy watching streaming or being a part of the whole internet culture. I was in college back then, and then I joined the military. So in my 20s, I just wasn't really a part of internet culture at all. Just looked it up. It's Total Biscuit, but he died in 2018. Did you know him? No, I have no idea who Total Biscuit is. I have never once in my entire life heard that name. Only 6 years. 6 years is 20% of your life. Almost. It's a long ass time. Um, no, not really. I was a fire controlman, which means I worked on and operated point defense weapon systems like the Ram missile launcher, and specifically, uh, I worked on the close in weapon system, or the CWIS, which is that Gatling cannon that looks like R2D2 with a boner. So, getting to fire that every now and then was fun. But yeah, we saw dolphins, and so I lived on the Pacific coast, or I was stationed on the Pacific coast. And so when we went on deployment and crossed the Pacific, as you go past Hawaii, there's a bunch of flying fish out there. And so as we were crossing the Pacific, you could just hang out on the weather decks and just watch the flying fish jumping through the waves and stuff. It was actually pretty cool. I'm a big fan of the ocean. I'm a big fan of boats. Love to live on a boat someday. Um, Way more than I made in a year. That's how much. Them things are expensive. Just the bullets are expensive. Did I finish putting bullets in all of these? No way. Holy crap. Someone paid taxes their whole life just for their money to get a little test fire. I almost didn't get to join the Navy. Almost. I got to admit, probably would have been better off. That might be true. That might be true. I did get to visit the Middle East and see a couple of places. I got to go to Australia and hang out there for a few days. We were supposed to stop off in India, but we never actually got to. So unfortunately, I didn't get to see any of India, but we did go to Singapore, which was probably the best stop on the whole trip. I had a heck of a good time there. Met some really cool people. Tried absinthe. Black Label. It was a good time. It was a good time. Maybe? I don't know, what is Sambuca? One dude, Ram Dingo Dinkelman, I used to watch, died 3 weeks ago. He was Steve Irwin 2.0. I miss Steve Irwin. What a huge part of my childhood. Love that man. What a good individual he was. Holy crap. We're gonna get this base going here. I love how Australians just nickname each other Dingo. I think that's great. Probably the greatest nickname on Earth is Dingo. He really lost a special person. Well, not only does he not care about personal safety, but he also cares so much about everybody else's, right? I mean, everything that he was always teaching about wildlife and stuff like that was always about being able to experience those things as safely as possible. And so just to go out there and put yourself in these really potentially compromising positions so that you can show everyone else, like, here's why this is really fucking stupid. It's just such a incredible way to go about trying to educate people. Good dude. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, his son is really growing up to be very much the same way. Really big heart, really huge into conservation. Just a generally good family all the way around. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good dude. Must have been tough on him, though. Go through life caring so much, and doing so much, to watch the rest of the world be like, meh, fuck it. Alright. Keep these in my inventory here. But I want to go check on my baby. On my baby, Dreadnoughtus here. I get that, Fulio. Pretty sure the baby Dreadnoughtus is fine. But it has been 4 hours since I checked on it. Yeah, that was a true travesty right there. Robin Williams. What a super dude. Alright, how you doing there, Bubba? 3.5 hours till you're good to go again, huh? Yeah, 55, 60, 60, 18. Alright. So in 3.5 hours, he's only eaten one. It's rough to see good people short. Real rough. Alright, how much time do I get to wait here? Still got 11 minutes. What should we do? I know what we should do. Go back up here and start some more gunpowder. Because we need so very many more bullets. My bullet situation is an absolute joke right now. On a lighter note, what everyone think about the Trump? Nope. Not even gonna talk about that. Don't talk about politics here. A, none of y'all want to hear about mine. And B, everybody's wrong about politics anyway. All right, that'll take up the rest of our spark powder here. Get us another 6K. So we'll get about 3.5K more bullets here, which will be great. When we get back over there, we need to turn. There's still another 100K. We're pretty close to 100K dust over there. So we need to go ahead and turn that into element. And actually start moving some element around, maybe turn some of it into shards. Because we definitely need some more shards over there. I'd like to maybe put 20 element, get about 2 weeks in each of the generators, and then turn the rest into shards, probably. How well can I speak? I don't speak Spanish for shit. I lived in southern New Mexico, 45 minutes from the border, for 24 years. And I couldn't even tell you where the library is in Spanish. Which is probably one of the greatest shames of my life. What an absolute just debacle. To live for 2 decades, 2.5 decades, pretty much smack dab in the center of another culture and never learn their language. Just pathetic, really. Where do I live? Now I live in Illinois. I'd like to move back to New Mexico, maybe, or somewhere thereabouts. I'm a pretty big fan of my desert. So, like Southern California, Southern New Mexico, Arizona. Arizona's a little too, I don't know, a little too hot maybe, but I'd maybe like to move back to my desert. Either move back to my desert or get a boat and go live on the water. But it's too cold. I don't like it. I think it's crazy how you guys say you're close to somewhere like 4 hours away. Yeah, I was 45 minutes from the border of Mexico. So it was really probably only about an hour and a half into Juarez from where I lived. I mean, we had lots of first generation immigrants from Mexico in my neighborhood, people who didn't really speak English. Parents who, at 30 or 40 immigrated into the United States with their children to send them to high school there and to become naturalized American citizens. And some of my classmates growing up were not born American citizens but immigrated with their parents. That's how close I was to the border, and their first languages were all English or were all Spanish. So I literally grew up with people who were learning to speak English and never ended up learning any of their language, which is kind of sad. I live in Arizona, also do auto glass, so we're outside a lot. It's a real pain in the ass in the summer. Yeah, but at least in Arizona, it's dry heat. It's something that I think we really take for granted down in the Southwest. is that, you know, it can be 120 outside and you can still sweat and you can still cool off if you just dump some water on your head. But I live in Illinois now, and if it's 90 outside, you don't go outside. You stay in with the AC and you just pray that nothing happens. That means you have to leave your house. Because 90 degrees outside here will kill you. Because the humidity is so high, your body can't regulate temperature at all. Because you can't sweat. Because the air is literally saturated. There's no evaporation at all. And so you just die. But in the Southwest, you just like walk under a tree and the temperature drops. There were, so near where I lived, there were a bunch of pecan orchards and, or pistachio orchards, pistachios and pecans. And so I used to own a motorcycle. My second vehicle that I ever purchased was a motorcycle, uh, V-Star 1300, like a cruiser bike. And I used to go ride it around the orchards because you could feel like a huge change in temperature as you went from like the open road and then you crossed into an orchard, and you would just immediately feel this insane cooling effect from the trees and stuff around you. And that does not happen in high humidity because the air is already saturated in water everywhere, and the heat just kind of permeates through everything. I crashed into the back of a car at 35 miles an hour on my motorcycle. Completely totaled it. Was not wearing a helmet because there was no mandatory helmet law in New Mexico, and I thought I was cool. Uh, yeah, yeah, I laid it down, and the front wheel crashed into the back of their car and just bent the whole front end. Just boop. Yeah, I was fine. I got up and walked away, miraculously enough. One of the handlebars got bent back and stabbed me in the gut really good, but it didn't pierce skin or anything like that. It just jacked up my stomach pretty good for a while. And I had some scrapes, but I was wearing a good jacket with some Kevlar inserts on all of the joints and stuff like that. So I hit and I skidded. And thankfully, I, I saw what was going to happen slightly before it happened. So I got cut off by somebody. They were pulling out of another turn and it was raining. So they were pulling out perpendicular to me and they crossed my lane into the second lane of traffic going my way. And so I was watching them because drivers have a habit of pulling out wide and then coming back into the lane you were in. So I was watching them to make sure they didn't come in and sideswipe me because they were so close. I had already pulled up next to them. And while I was paying attention to them right next to me, there was a red light ahead and traffic had backed up pretty far. So the car that was in front of me that I had given, you know, like 3 car lengths was now dead stopped right in front of me. And I just didn't, I was paying too much attention to this other person, didn't have enough time to react to this. So I got the bike shifted over almost into the lane where this other person was right next to me. And then I laid it down and crashed into the back left wheel of the car that I hit. And it just crumpled my motorcycle. And when that, uh, when the bike started to twist, it started to shove off into that other lane to my left. And I got thrown off of it and kind of skidded away from the vehicle that I hit, so I didn't impact the vehicle. Personally, my bike did, but it bucked me and threw me clear into the other lane. And everybody that was behind that other car stopped, so I didn't get hit by any cars or anything. And I mean, I jumped right up. I was good. After the adrenaline wore off, and I started to feel all the bumps and bruises and scrapes and stuff like that, um, things were not so happy, but Lost my gear linkage on a Honda Hornet at 120. On a bend, laid it down, rolled, flipped, got up, and rode the bike home. Exactly. Yeah, so this was back when I was like 22. And you're totally right. If I'd have had that same accident at 38, I'd have just laid there. I'd never gotten back up. I would have never gotten back up. What am I doing? I want to go back. That's right. 1 second. Nice. Perfect timing. All right. Can I put this in here? Oh, yeah, you can't transfer beehives, brother. That's not a thing. I'm trying right now. Upload the bee? How do I get the bee out? Holding E? That's access inventory. I can demolish it, or I can access the inventory. No, there's not a bee in it. I think y'all been playing too much S+. Demolish. Oh, there's the bee. Oh. Can I cryo the bee? Is that what I'm doing? Okay. That worked. Thank you. Last time I demolished one of those, I did not get my bee back. So that was a little sketch. Oh no. Because I thought that's how it worked. But the last time, when I was playing on the island, my bee must have like glitched into the ceiling of my pearl cave or something. Because I had it kind of pushed back in a corner. Honestly, I might go ahead and take this other one with me too then. Yeah, we'll do one each. No, we should take them both. I don't have any need for honey here anymore. The server's eventually gonna vanish. We might as well. Then we could have lots of beehives. Or lots of hornet nests. We also need some sulfur. Where do I get sulfur around here? Yeah, Malish. Iowa my bee. Here, bee. Whoops. Let's make more bullets. Oh, I'm out of charcoal now. Okay. Okay. We might try and come up here and get all of this spark powder. Take it to the other server. Because I have 25k charcoal over there. I'll be back once I'm done. Gotta get up at 5 tomorrow. Gross, Clunt. That sucks. But we'll see you later. Have a good nap. Um, let's make some more bullets. Be mint if you could breed bees. Yeah, it would. I mean, they're fairly easy to get. It's not that big of a deal. But it'd be pretty cool if you could just breed them up. Let's see, actually, what it takes to make this turret. Hornet. Can I not make these? Blade wasp, thank you. Alright. So we need chitin, giant bee honey, and holly. Okay. We have a good amount of crystal. Alright, that's all very interesting. So the big deal that we need to start looking at here is starting to get things crafted in the other base. Because the other base is where we're going to start storing everything. We'll get these blade wasp nests placed down. We'll get these beehives going. We'll put the beehives up where the crops are. Because that's just where they go, because in S+, they watered. Bet they don't do that in this. I do need to get some water to my base so that I can grow some crops there. And then we need to start looking at what we can do about gotchas over there. Because if it's 1x in my cave, in my rat hole, then I can use gotchas over there. I don't know if it is or not. It could be. And that'd be cool. Six more minutes, enough time to make some more bullets. Bullets. Yeah, I don't think they do either. It would just be super cool if they did. But that's fine. I'll just get some water over there. I'll try hiding my little water jugs against the wall of the rock. Not too big of a deal. Just a couple more minutes here. Once we get ourselves more established in this other base, life will get much, much more interesting for us. So we'll get all these bullets put over there, put them in some random turrets. One thing I really can't wait for is that stupid ammo box. You can just autofill turrets. Filling turrets is literal cancer. I'm gonna be hella sad or hella glad when that comes out again. That and the net gun. Like, the net gun kind of ruins PvP. But also, fuck mana armors. Should be Genesis 1 or 2 when it comes out. So not until 2026, I don't think. I will be really excited for the egg incubator, though. I really like the embryo thing. I really liked the egg incubator before. For solos and small tribes, it really is an important thing to have. Travel to another server. Boop. There's 11 people in here again. There were only like 3 people in here when I decided to join this one to put my base here. It's all laggy with the beds sometimes because this is an Oceania server. Because I'm trying to avoid, I'll mostly be like raiding and PvPing on NA servers. So I'm just trying to avoid people actually wanting to come and look for me on this server. Because it'll be total cancer for them. But, I guess this is a thing you can't hide. What is Pegasus? Is that the thing that tells you where somebody mostly logs in at? I mean, I don't even know what Pegasus is. And I also don't know what EOS is. Yeah. Can't place inside. Requires sunlit location. Most visited server. La 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 la. Longest played server. La la la. Platform. EOS ID. Oh, okay. So you have to be able to get rid of this EOS ID, is what you're saying. Well, that's too bad. Would have been nice to be able to use those. I guess eventually I'll have them outside where that chandelier is going to go. But for now, they are useless. Got it. Well, I guess I need to figure out how to hide my EOS. Because that's probably against the rules somehow, because it's also probably how they know if you're cheating in the game. Let's go in here and let's craft a ton of this. I mean, it's a little disappointing that it exists at all, because one of the fun things about ARK is trying to obscure what server you're coming from. And so now if there's just this thing that you can use that just tells you, like this kind of booty cheeks. Alright, so we're gonna need some electronics, we're gonna need more poly. Lots and lots more resources, but primarily what we really need to be focused on right now is bullets. Because my bullet situation is dookie. Need to do that, and we need to secure the other side. Get some teleporters down, so I can teleport back and forth between the two sides. And start doing a legit, like, baby raising operation over there. Get some tech troughs. Get more grills, get more refrigerators. Need a ton of reefers over there. Like maybe this many reefers, and then a couple of grills, and then like 10 tech troughs. Six reefers, 2 grills, and like 10 tech troughs. Which is going to be a little expensive, but that's fine. The next thing I need to do is figure out how I'm going to get these freaking I just totally lost my train of thought. How am I going to get the artifacts? There you go. That is not necessarily going to be easy. I feel like maybe putting some Tesla coils in here is maybe a good idea too. That's a good point. That's a good point. I could probably try and find some friendly folks that I can get some artifacts from. Thankfully, I don't have to get them. Yeah, exactly. I don't have to get them from this server. So maybe I can find somebody who I can make some trades with or something. But we do need to stay in here for a while we make some of this element. Because I definitely don't want my stuff going down. That'll give us a week. That's actually probably enough. I don't think I need to be having more than a week worth of Ellie in my generators. So that'll probably be fine. And then we'll get maybe 20 or 30 Ellie and turn it into shards. Try and get 1,000 shards in each of these turrets for now. Let's see. So, well, that might be the rest of our Ellie to make 1,000 shards for each of these. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like 8. So, if you need arties, I can give you some when I hop back on. That'd be great, actually. Yeah, I just need the ones for the broodmother and the monkey, because you need all 6. You're just gonna do the gamma version, so. You are a gentleman and a scholar. there something I can bring you for them? I mean, I know you probably have lots and lots of them, but bring you a little something? I mean, it costs your time and your concentration to remember that you need to pick them up. Alright, good deal. Those are nice and set up. We'll have plenty of honey for when we eventually get some blade wasp nests outside. We'll make some more. I'm going to put them all around out there too. Because the top of this isn't very far away. So I figure if I can go up above and put a turret tower up there and throw some blade wasp nests up there, that'll probably be good enough. Because then anybody who tries to, hey, they won't be able to try and dash in from above with the enforcer. But then also the blade wasps will get them from above. They get super duper high up there. They might still be able to come up from below my base in the mesh to get it, but at least that'll protect me from people using things like the ceiling mesh from the cars and stuff like that. And that'll be nice. But I feel quite a bit safer about the base now. Having all these internals and stuff. They don't have a ton of bullets in them, but they're doing okay for now. Mesh shit so busted really makes the game unfun. I mean, it really does. It really does. Of all the things that hurt ARK, meshing is probably the most severe. I could deal with duping, I could deal with all that stuff. If I was just able to hold on to my base, or at the very least, have an opportunity to actively defend it. I think the thing that hurts me the most about meshing is that I lose my base without getting to engage in the content that losing your base is a part of. Because defending a base is insanely fun. And I mean, it's super stressful and stuff. But it's a really good time. And losing your base without the opportunity to engage in that just hurts a lot. Need to repair a bunch of this stuff. I probably just need to bring my cooked metal over here now. I don't think I really have any reason to keep it over there. And I'll just start bringing all of my raw metal over here to cook, because I can just teleport it into that bed and dump it in this steam forge. And then I'll still use those 2 forges over there to try and cook charcoal. And I can have 2 steam forges worth of charcoal going at a time, and that'll be nice. And then I'll just bring the charcoal back over here. We'll just start teleporting all of our resources over here. I think this base is probably big enough. Probably has enough stuff. Something I also need to consider is maybe trying to put one of those clocks in here. I don't know how big these are exactly, but if I could get one of these in here, then I could speed up these grinders. And that would be really nice. Then I could just spend time sitting here grinding resources. At least I think it'll speed up the grinders. Oh. Somebody's about to get attacked. Oh no. All cooked. Don't sleep. Somebody angry. Probably. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who to believe. I haven't talked to any of the people on this server, so I'm just gonna sit in my little corner and make sure that nobody knows that I'm here. I mean, I guess they do know I'm here. Exactly. Not my beef. Besides, if they're busy beefing with each other, they won't have time to come mess with me, right? And that's really what matters to me. I just want to be left alone. Man, look at all these resources I still got over here. This is great. For sure, it's safer to not exist. I really want to expand over to that other side so that I can breed over there. But it also means that I'm gonna have to put a chandelier outside my base and start defending both entrances kind of with a combined defense. And that's gonna mean that, I'm gonna be visible from outside of my cave. Not that people won't know that I'm here, but they'll have to, intentionally come looking to see if there's a base in this cave, the way things are now. And if I eventually put a chandelier outside, it means anybody who flies by will just know there's a base here. That's just going to open me up to so much more potential attack. I'm not really going to be happy about it. But I've got to get that other side because it's pretty huge. It's pretty thin, but it's pretty big. And so I'm going to be able to do a lot of breeding over there. Really work on my lines. I don't get rating on home server just to... I don't either. I don't think this 123 person is from this server, though. Is there 123 tribe of 123? So either they're with a tribe and they came over here to scout and got killed, So they start talking shit, or they're a solo over here like me. But I imagine they were probably scouting this server, which means they were planning on raiding here anyway. So I don't really understand their whole, oh, you're cooked now. Like, you were planning on raiding anyway. What are you talking about? There are so many people in this game who, like, want to pretend like they only attack people who attack them. And so they put themselves in situations to agitate people to attack them. And then they're like, oh, if you'd have just left me alone, I wouldn't be attacking your base right now. Like, motherfucker, you just wanted an excuse. Shut up. I do need to get some food over here, though. I ain't got no food. And get no satisfaction. I actually do need to get a tech chest here, too, though. Because getting in and out of this base with a tech chest will be way easier than grapples and or a pteranodon. And then if I need to tech chest around it all, like I need to go build some water collection or water tanks or whatever, so that I can get some water over here. And that'll just be easier to do with a tech chest. So I definitely need to go ahead and make one. And yeah, so the way I look at it, Twisty, with the whole rating on home server thing, is there was a study done. I just learned about this a few months ago. But there was a study done with game theory. And game theory usually revolves around the prisoner's dilemma, right? Where you have a prize pool, and if both people cooperate, they split the prize. If one person cooperates and the other person betrays, then the person who betrayed gets the entire prize pool. And then if both people betray, then they each get like less than they would have gotten if they cooperated, or nothing. And so the study that they did revolved around repeated interactions with the prisoner's dilemma. So it would be like if me and you were playing the prisoner's dilemma, we knew beforehand that we were going to have to keep playing it over and over and over again. So it starts to change the best possible outcomes, because obviously if I never have to interact with you again, and I feel like I can get away with betraying you, then betraying is obviously my best option, because I'm going to get everything, right? But if I know I'm going to have to interact with you again, and we're going to have to go through this dilemma over and over and over again, the best way to score the most points in the prisoner's dilemma is to cooperate, retaliate, and forgive. So they found that if you set up an algorithm to play the prisoner's dilemma against a whole ton of different types of algorithms, that if you always cooperated first and then waited until they betrayed you to retaliate, and then immediately after retaliating forgave them and went back to cooperating, then that was the best way to score the most points with the most different types of players. if you were going to have to continue to interact with them over and over and over again. And it was even, they did another study and they changed the algorithm a little bit where it was actually even better to sometimes not even retaliate. So you cooperate, and then if you get betrayed, like 90% of the time, you retaliate and betray back, but the other 10%, you don't retaliate, and that breaks you out of retaliation loops, right? So if both of us cooperate, and then you betray me, and then I retaliate and betray you, and then you retaliate and betray me, then I'm going to retaliate and betray you, then you retaliate and betray me. So we just get locked in this betrayal loop. So the only way to break out of that is somebody who got betrayed has to not betray back and cooperate again, and then you go right back into the cooperation loop. So it was a really interesting study, and that's kind of how I see home servers. Right? You're constantly going to be interacting with people, and while you always have the opportunity to kill that person and gain whatever they had on them as a reward, they know where you live. You're going to see them again, and so they're going to be incentivized to betray you because they think you're going to betray them. And the whole thing just kind of breaks down and becomes this big betrayal fest. Now, when you're not on your home server, that's kind of different, right? Like, I travel to another server, I'm probably only going to interact with you once. Maybe I'm scouting your server because I intend to raid anyway. I see a person, out on a farm run or something like that. Maybe I've got my tech suit on, so I'll be able to take all of the resources. So I might as well go ahead and try and kill you and gain that reward, right? Like, that could be really beneficial to me. But if I know for a fact that I'm going to be interacting with you a bunch of times in a row, then it just kind of becomes a negative to do that. And that's why I think home servers are important. And I think that having a good alpha on a home server is important. Because one of the other things that this study that they did doesn't take into account is power. Right? In the study, everybody was on even footing, and whoever betrayed definitely got the reward for that betrayal. But, for example, if, I'm a solo, and there's teams of 6 out there, I have no choice but to cooperate with them 100% of the time, because at no point am I going to be able to betray them for a positive profit, right? I don't have the power to enforce my own victory in that betrayal. Which is why servers with really good alphas who, recognize, oh, okay, this person is now raiding everybody on the server, and that's really fucking with the chi, and now everybody's like in this conflict state, and that's ruining my server, right? If they go raid that person off the server and wipe them, then they can reset that. And so their strength becomes everybody's power to enforce those rules, right? Well, and it's not just a beta, right? Like, you need lots of tribes. I think that a really, really strong server would be a server that had like 6 small tribes, right? 6 person tribes. And that's 36 people, and that's half cap when everybody's on. And I think that there's probably enough resources, maybe not on an island server, but there's probably enough resources on most of the servers, especially now that we have the center and extinction to support 6 full tribes. Especially because you have the ability to go off world to farm resources. And so if you had 6 tribes of people that were all willing to say, okay, we're not going to mess with each other, you could have an incredibly strong server that was, I mean, almost impervious to being raided. Because, I mean, it wouldn't matter who got attacked. Like, everybody would just be hella strong. Now, it might be hard to find 6 full tribes of people that want to go that hard. I mean, I know there are 6 tribes of people out there who want to go that hard, but it might be difficult to get 6 tribes of people who want to go that hard on the same server. But if you could, and then you don't even have to, like, break the TOS and like lock down obelisks and stuff. Like, you could leave that stuff open. And just be so strong that when you see people, and then you have to know who the tribes are. You need a can't jump right now. Okay. That's fine. You need a Discord that everybody's going to be in. Everybody's got to just kind of be on the bandwagon of, okay, let's cooperate. Which may be a little difficult to get everybody involved. Cancel this queue for a second. Yeah, balancing that would definitely be difficult. So, on my first island server, we did this. There were about 4 full tribes, and then me, and everybody just kind of let me be a part of the whole thing, even though it was just a solo. And I had my little pearl cave. I had one of the small pearl caves, and I had the whole thing. I was full 100 turrets, totally maxed. I had, they took me along to some of the boss fights. I got the overseer done, so I ascended, and the way we did it is we had a Discord server, and there was a place in there where you would put what you were farming when it came to materials like metal, or if you were doing the pearl farm, or whatever. When it came to resources that are kind of scarce, like you didn't tell people you were doing a wood farm, for example. If you were using one of the metal mountains or something like that, and then you were sort of obligated, if you were going to farm one of those things, to farm it all the way, or to let everybody know that you were only going to farm half, or that you only farmed half and the other half was open if somebody wanted to clean it up. And then you would go do your farm, and you would put in the Discord like, hey, I'm farming this right now. And then you would know that in like 2 hours everything would be respawned and somebody else could take it. And so you would just scroll back up 2 hours and see, what's been taken, what's being farmed right now. And then if nobody was taking what you wanted, then you say, this is what I'm taking, and then you just go. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the best way to run a server, right? Like, every server should be like that. And then it becomes really easy, not just for every tribe to get all the resources they need, but collectively, you start to make much greater use of the resources available on your server. Because it's all well and good for everybody to be able to farm whenever they want to, but if you're not farming all the resources on your server, then you're just leaving power on the table. And you're making it seem enticing for, other folks to maybe come and like try and do some farming on your server, which is just going to make them spend more time on your server, which is just going to lead to more engagements, which isn't something you want. Also good to know who's got resources you need. That's a good point. I didn't really think about that for trades and stuff. I think we're probably good here. We got enough shards going. We'll go ahead and keep some of this still in powder form. We got almost 40 more element worth of powder here. So what are some things that I need to bring back over here? I need to bring my metal over here. Probably my charcoal. Take all this stuff out, put that in there, put that in there. We're basically out of stone now. So let's make that as we can, and as much of that as we can. Now I've got 8,000 over here. How much more charcoal do I have? Because that just means I need a lot more spark. I still have 16k. Ooh, and I've got 8k wood. I'm actually probably going to keep that wood as wood. So we need more charcoal, we need more stone. We need to bring our metal over. Let's go ahead and get back over to our server. Hey, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Got our center base back up and running. Got all kinds of internal turrets now. Hopefully no more meshing nerds. I doubt it. I imagine I am going to get meshed. But fine. Ooh, my dreadnoughtuses can breed again. I appreciate that. Very, very much. That's all I'm asking for, really. I don't mind if you come kick my ass, just have the decency to stab me in the front, you know? just have the decency to stab me in the front. Let's get so much more stone. I also really want to start working towards a good RG and a good PT line. Um, Actually, I also probably kind of want to start heading towards a good mana armor line too. If I could get 40 stam, 40 health, 40 weight, 40 melee in a mana armor line, I don't even care if I mutated after that. Those are good enough mana armors to really keep me going. We really need to start considering putting some time into taming and stuff. I don't know, like, PTs and RGs are such staple creatures that I'd like to have a good line for them, but I don't know if it's worth it to expend all the time it takes to develop, a decent line with 40 to 50 points and all the stats that I want. Um, when I could do it on creatures that are maybe a little stronger. I mean, obviously, really good mana garmers will take significantly longer, but I don't know, it might be worth it just to skip the PTs and the RGs. I don't know. I just don't know. That I need to work on my velos too. Volanosaurs are going to be real important. Really should work on those. And I got so much goop in my chest right now. It was that peanut butter. I think I have, like, maybe a minor allergy to peanut butter, but I refuse to stop eating it. It's too good. Sometimes it gives me, like, really bad heartburn and stuff. But only sometimes. Please, please hit the friggin' rock. Your tail is literally in it. Can you please hit it? Holy shnikes. So we kind of learned the best way to do this stuff the other day when we were I was talking to myself and then clearing my throat to you all. Sorry about that. That was an accident. But what we're going to do here is we're going to do a run. We're back to base. Transmitter over to the other base. Drop it all off. Turn it into flint. Teleport back. Do another run. Then do the transfer. Start everything up again. All that stuff. Because I get a couple of minutes. It takes a little less than 15 minutes to do a full weight cap. So, should be easy enough. We'll get a whole ton of stone over there. We'll get a bunch of wood and start filling up our steam forges over here. And then we'll see about maybe doing some taming. Actually, you know what? Let's do the taming here, now, on stream. And then let's worry about the other stuff later. I wonder if I have any gunpowder. I think I have gunpowder on the other server, but I can't bring gunpowder here. But we've been farming and building and stuff for like 5 hours already. So let's have some fun doing something else. Let's get our kit. Why am I rocking this 167%? Surely I have a better crossbow than that. I do not. Sad. Okay. We'll rock this 167 crossbow then. Let's make some more arrows. Yeah, let's make 1,000 more arrows. That seems totally reasonable. And while we do that, where did I put... here we go. All of this narcotic. Do I actually need to craft arrows in my inventory, or can I craft them over here in the tech rep? If I can craft them in the tech rep... Nope. You suck, tech rep. You suck a lot. Alright, well, let's grab some arrows. While we do that... Oh, shoot. I have to craft the arrows while I'm in the base, don't I? Let's see, how many we got here? That's fine. That's like 300 narco. Yeah, we're good. We're good with 300 for now. And what do we want to tame? Let's start with creature that is going to be the hardest. and the least consistent, which is the Mana Garmer. So on our way over there, we'll see about getting some rare flowers. And if we find a good one, we'll go ahead and get it trapped up and trained and tamed. And then we'll check its stats, see if we can't get really high stats. I think I definitely need some higher base health. I think my base healths are pretty low. And my base melee is 348, which I don't think is terrible. I would like to see a better base melee in my line. And my base stam isn't great either, I don't think. And my weight is definitely not super. But really, I kind of need all of the stats better than what I have right now. So we'll take anything over 130. Um, we'll try and get those tamed up and see if we can't just improve our line a little bit. I definitely thought that that trike was a beaver dam. Always clean up your beaver dams, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you're a bad person. Alright, doesn't look like there's any more beaver dams over here. So let's go ahead. Get ourselves into the cold. I should have brought some fur with me. That was a real misstep on my part. Okay, game. You know what I just realized is I don't think I can hear the volume from this. Do you all hear the game volume at all? Strange. Because it shows on my OBS that y'all are getting some volume. I normally have it turned down pretty low. Just kind of as a general rule. Oh, no, I'm hearing things. Okay. I think I just had my headset turned down really low. And I had my white noise turned up really high. Really hate the sound of life going on outside my house. Very distracting for me. So I tend to have white noise going on all the time in my headset. Oh, there you are. Level 50 with melee robust. It's so weird to see nobody over here taming these. Okay, I hate you. Level 25. But we do need to know its trait because citable. Okay. Totally useless. Got it. Oh, I thought you got yourself trapped so I could just kill you. Okay, well, this level 25 is going to get itself killed. And that's just going to have to be good enough for me. Except it won't show me the other ones unless I'm super far away from that one. Why are you so annoying, game? Get your ass back over here. Alright, there we go. Things are so obnoxious to kill. It's almost not even worth it. Okay. We gotta be careful coming up through here. There are a lot of outposts up here. A lot of turrets. In the snow. We can't just run around all willy-nilly like. Level 5 mana. Food frail, alright. You are absolutely useless. Nice. Alright, no more mana garmers. So... no good mana garmers up here. So what we want to go ahead and do next... we're going to go check out the Volanosaurus. I imagine that I'll be able to get a couple of good Volanosaurs. But the goal is really just about points, right? We want high stam, we want high health, we want high melee. I wouldn't say no to a little bit of weight, but it's not one of the stats we're really going to be looking for. Actually, I guess the other thing we could do is look for snow owls. Stam and health are kind of the real important snow owl traits. So let's actually do that since we're here. Stam, health, weight could be really good on snow owls. We'll go through and we'll look for some. Because our snow owl line, we had a decent snow owl, but it got taken or killed or... oh yeah, I let it starve to death, that's right. I let my good snow owl starve. So I need to fix my snow owl line. Let's take a peek at some of these. There's a 120. I think I want to go 130 or better, though. Especially with as common as snow owls are down here. I feel like there's not really a lot of point in going all the way down to 120. But I guess we'll see just how many I might be able to find. I just can't find any others. And we might just have to change our opinion on that. We're not going to go up by all those little outposts and stuff up there. Do this little area here, and then we'll just go back over that way. Check these things out. We're also going to need to eventually work on our Megatherium line. Our Megatheriums are fine as is for now. They should be good enough to get the Gamma boss done. And that's really all that matters to me at the moment. Level 105. Didn't see what the trait was here, actually. Food robust, not important. And then while I'm here, I am going to check the traits on some of these woolly mammoths. Because if I could get some plant bearing and some woolly mammoths, that'd be pretty great. I'd love to be able to get an entire slot cap of wood. Oh, that owl's gonna get itself killed. Hopefully it's a low level. It is. It is. See, this is what's always shocked me about this game, is I kind of just always assumed that you should only ever be finding high levels of creatures. Because they're constantly fighting, like especially things like snow owls and stuff. I feel like if you just don't go near somewhere for a while, there should just only be high-level snow owls. Right? Why aren't the rest of them just getting killed? Because they're constantly attacking everything. It really makes you realize how skewed the respawn rates must be for lower level creatures. I definitely don't need dire bears. Although at some point, a dire bear with carcass bearing won't be totally out of the question. Because carcass bearing helps you carry organic poly. We want to take a bear down into aberration to do our organic poly runs. Honestly. Eventually, at some point. That's not a priority, but it'll be a thing. Oh, there's a bunch of snow owls over here killing something. I guess fighting. They might not be winning. Level 6. Oh, that one died. Oh, that one died. Right. Good job, Mr. Mammoth. That was definitely a Manny the Mammoth right there. Taking care of business. I know. You're an angry snow owl. I get it. That's a level 1 mineral bearing on that Anki. Black. Should probably take it, because I don't even think I have full mineral 1 yet. But I'm not gonna, because I'm greedy. Yeah, these mammoths just be like messing stuff up. You don't mess with the mammoths over here. Mutable weight on a woolly rhino. Again, not terrible. It's only a level 2. So I'll probably just leave it. Although it was a level 5 rhino. Means that it would have been really easy to get. Level 1 mutable health on a snow owl. Mutable stam. Lyric. Kingslayer. Useless. There's another Anki. Oh, 2 more Ankies. Oxygen robust. Oxygen frail. Giant slaying. Air free. Why do all of these Ankies suck? Protective 3. Aquatic. Oh my goodness. Finding good creatures is such a pain in the ass. Mutable health on an Anki, probably not useful. Just give me some high-level snow owls. What do you say? Like a high-level RG? Could stand to have decent RGs as well. The RG line has diminished over the weeks. Definitely don't need mutable food, though. I'm not really too concerned personally about the mutables. Really good mutables, I'll obviously tame and get because I might be able to trade them, but I'm unlikely to use them just because I'm not going to be in a position to be mutation breeding. Probably ever. But they will make for good trades. That's corrupted. And I don't see any more snow owls. So let's go see about Melanosaurs. Ooh, that's a 145 stego. Yep. Oh, that's a 145 stego with a bunch of 145 stego babies. So I have a decent stego line with a base 6,500. I don't know precisely how many points that is, but it's pretty high. But if I could get 3 more chances, and even higher, I think that's probably worth. So, I think we probably tame all 3 of these, and then we try and get us a Gigantoraptor, because you have to use a Gigantoraptor to get um, the tame levels from the babies, right? I actually feel like maybe I should run this up into this little city area a little, because I don't think there's really any creatures up here. It's gonna take me pretty far away from my tame. That's okay. Oh, I say I don't think there's really any creatures up here. Immediately run into a wolf. I'm getting my ass kicked. You little shit brick. There we go. Okay. Gonna be perfectly fine here. I should absolutely um, be carrying around more food and med brews. I have med brews. Like I should be using them right now. That's fine. I don't ever really consider, I guess, the dangers when I go out taming. The fact that the longer I can stay out, the more successful the taming excursion really can be. So I always forget that if I would just come a little more prepared, things would go much better. Definitely thought you were torpor running. You were not. You're a dick. Tricking me like that. Oh, we're hitting our 30-minute mark on our NVIDIA GeForce Now session. So in 30 minutes, we have to close out of our NVIDIA GeForce Now for just a moment. And then go ahead and reload into it. Hey, nice, we got it. Babies should go up there near their mother. We're going to want to go ahead and get a little bit of crops, but honestly, I think I need to go ahead and dive my way back to full health here real quick. Because I don't want to die on the way home. And I'm pretty sure if I even eat one raw meat, this whole thing's gonna go sideways. Shaggy joined the ARK. There was a wolf here a moment ago. So let's go ahead. Oh, I have to grab my kit. Holy crap. I'm a dum-dum. Because there was a wolf here just a moment ago, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and create some spikes and place them around this little fellow over here. That seems like the smart thing to do. And at least every now and then, we want to go ahead and do this smart thing. It'll throw our enemies off. Hate you. Two, maybe three more. Fiber. And more wood. Just a little more wood, though. Mostly more fiber. Plenty. A little more wood. And craft. Nice. I'm not going to worry too much about the stego for right this moment. We're going to go ahead and let it starve for a while. And then eventually we'll go ahead and come back and throw some crops in it. I mean, we can leave this thing here for hours, and it won't really matter. These two babies might end up dead. Something I didn't check, and that I'm actually curious about, is what its pre-tame health is. Honestly, if it's less than 4K, I'm probably not even going to deal with it. Oh, shoot. Oh, geez, 3,770. That's not great. That is not great. I know I did just say that if it's under 4K, I might not even deal with it. But it's already knocked out. I'm going to deal with it. But I probably won't get a Gigantoraptor to try and raise up those babies to see what they get. I don't think that's worth the effort. All right. Let's go check Volanosaurus. While we're checking Volanosaurus, we're going to go ahead and check Ankies and Dodes for traits. Because obviously, got to check the Yankees and the Dodes for traits. All right. There's a Dodie with a waist-bearing level 1, so we don't really care. Food frail and endurance. None of those matter. Level 10 Velo. Slaying Dode. Level 20 Velo. I'm not terribly concerned about the Velonosaur traits right this moment. So if I see something that I might want, I might go ahead and grab it. Or something that I could trade, right? One of the mutables. I could get Melee Mutable 3, for example, on a Velonosaur. That would certainly be useful. Mostly, I am looking for a good set of base stats right now. I don't have particularly good stats on my Velos. My highest melee, for example, is only like 331%. Mutable Stamina 2. There's a Vampiric on a Velo. Level 2. That's kind of interesting and potentially really valuable. I definitely think the Velonosaurs need Vampiric. I think that's wildly useful. Level 3 Exotic Bearing. What does Exotic Bearing let us carry? Angler Gel, Black Pearls, Element Leech Blood, Silica Pearls. Think he doesn't actually do any of that, really? That's too bad. That was almost a nice little find there, even if it would have been not exactly what I wanted. Here's an interesting question that maybe somebody knows the answer to. Um, does the trait system distinguish between the tech and flesh types of creatures? So if I get, for example, um, a melee or a health mutable on a tech stego, can I only use it on tech stegos? Or will it also transfer over to flesh? Because that makes techs even more difficult than they normally are, because you already have a hard time just finding tech creatures, much less trying to find tech creatures with the traits that you want. It's going to be really difficult. Which will make the flesh creatures much more powerful again, and will make good traits on tech creatures even more valuable. You know, if you got a health mutable 3 on a tech stego, for example, that's way, way more difficult to get than on a regular one. Who needs an athletic Doedicurus? Nobody. Stop giving me this. I definitely think I'm going to snag up that mutable health too on that Velonosaur. Pretty low level Velo. And I think mutable health is kind of an important one on the Velos. Okay. Enough shooting. But that's right. I gotta reset my G-Force now. It seemed easier than anything else. I think there were some babies over here. No, these are all just Dilophosaurs. Let's see if we can't find a baby something. We'll just prime tame these real quick. There is a baby Doedicurus in there. Barely even tell. Alright. We'll tame these two little Velos real quick and steal their traits. Really all I care about with these. Alright. Mutable health level 2. Good deal. And this one was Fast Learner 1, which isn't a great one, but it's fine. I'll just run around killing stuff or something. I don't know. Get dead. That mutable health too is definitely a good deal though. Because it's a Velonosaur, so it's exclusive to this map. So it's only been out for a little over a month now. And because as soon as people fully mutate their patrilineal side, then they'll have to start putting mutable stat or mutable traits on their matrilineal side. If they want to increase their chance of mutations to the max. So they actually need quite a few more copies than just one. One copy is obviously good enough, and so you definitely want your males to have level 3s especially when you're first starting out breeding your line. But eventually, any mutable stat or any mutable trait for the stat that you're trying to mutate is going to be very beneficial. And even mutable traits or stats that you're not trying to mutate have some value because they give a baseline chance to cause a mutation, and then an increased chance for that mutation to be the stat that matters, or the stat that it's of, which means you can get up to a 10% increased chance of getting a mutation, period. And then increase the chance of just the mutation you want. Which, if you do it on both sides, then you're increasing your overall chance by 20%. Which is pretty freaking huge. Which is why, and I've said this before, I actually think there's value in no longer just mutating a single stat. I actually think it's more beneficial to choose two stats to mutate in your line with one parent or with one male. So if you want like melee and health, then you want to try mutating both of those at the same time. Okay, now you're pissing me off, dude. I have no clue where that Dodicarus went. It just like vanished. Ninja vanish. Level 1 mineral bearing on the Yankee. Totally useless. Level 1 mutable melee, also not great. Look at this. We got a Dodicarus over here. Oh, that's a 135. We taming it. Get out of my way, dude. Actually, let's go ahead and make the trap for this. No sense in doing this the hard way if we don't actually have to. Stupid Kentros. Alright, so we need quarter foundation. 1, 2, 3, 4 quarter walls. Oh. And I think I can probably knock this thing out before this timer ends. Put this here. Put this on. Whoops. 2, 3, 3. Alright, and I just need to go find this thing and hit it real quick. Stupid scorpion. Okay. Come to me, Velanosaur. Bullshit, I didn't hit that. Okay. Velanosaur is not coming. Fine. Your little ass over here. Hey. Come over here. Right meow. We only got 1 minute left. Took way longer to lure this thing over here than I expected. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to go to sleep there, bud. Oh no, I've only got 20 seconds. Go to sleep. Please go to sleep. Okay, we got it. You all go black screen now. Just gotta restart the game real quick. And then we'll come back right there in the middle of everything and feed our Velonosaur. Was that a little bit ridiculous? Absolutely. It was a good time. Get that shot at the buzzer. It's supposed to warm up the next few days. That's exciting. It's going to get into the 50s for a couple of days on Wednesday and Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday. I just looked at the freaking forecast and I already forgot. All right. Back in there. Get back in there and tame this Velonosaur. I'm excited to see what its stats are before tame. Um, I want some real high health and some real high melee. 400% plus melee. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Everything's okay. Nothing killed me. We're back. We'll hit the settings here in just a second, but I want to go ahead and get everything I need. The prime meat. Tame this Velonosaur first. Because I don't want anything to go wrong. Let's see, we got a baby Morellatops here. Get down real fast. Kill its parent so its parent doesn't come after me. Good deal. We got 2,800 health. That's actually pretty decent. Over 1,000 stamina already. And a super shitty 180% melee. So, I don't know exactly how that's going to go. But it might go poorly. Let's see. The health actually, I think, is pretty high though. 2,800. I think my highest right now is like 32. Although I'm not 100% on that. I haven't actually looked at my Velonosaurs in a while. Right. So what do we end up with? 3,500 HP. That's pretty good. 266 melee is absolute trash. But 1397 stam might be higher than any of my other stams. So it might be good in that regard. Not 100%, but we got ourselves a 135. And that's pretty nice. Mutable health. I totally forgot. I actually need to change my settings up. Honestly, since we're just going to be out here taming, and I'm not really concerned about possibly getting attacked out here, um, we might actually go ahead and just leave the fog and stuff on. Because the game looks really good this way. Maybe for the remainder here, as long as it doesn't negatively affect anything, which I don't think it will, as far as the stream is concerned. We can keep the fog and the cloud and that stuff on. Don't worry. Doesn't look like we're getting any blinking from the the shadows, which is usually the big thing that I'm concerned about and what most of my effort has gone into correcting. The blinking from the shadows. Quick hitting Velonosaur, mineral bearing Velonosaur, the Empiric level 1 Velonosaur. It's got a baby. Bear free, not important. Oxygen robust. How exciting. I think it is actually kind of glitching out my frame rates here. We're gonna go ahead and put our console commands back in. I think it's just better for streaming. As much as I don't want to do it, I feel like things are a little stuttery and stuff right now. And I don't know how well that comes through on y'all's end, but it was making things pretty rough over here, so. Meat bearing 3 on a Doedicurus. That's some kind of epic right there. Meat bearing 3 on an herbivore. Come on. Let's get some more freaking Melanosaurs here. Melee robust, athletic, active. All these Melanosaurs are booty cheeks. Be hitting, quick hitting. Alright, I don't think there are any more good high-level Melanosaurs out here. So let's go back and snag up some crops here real quick. I guess the other thing we want to look at, I know where some Dreadnoughtuses, actually I can track Dreadnoughtuses. So let's go look at those real quick too. Because you never know, right? I'd find one with freaking mutable health 3. And then you'd be in the money. There's a Textego. Wonder what level that is. 48. You suck. Yeah, where the fuck is this Dreadnoughtus at? Holy crap. In like fucking Narnia. Oh, there it is. And it's oxygen robust. Hell yeah. That is precisely what I was looking for. Was a low-level oxygen robust Dreadnoughtus. Maybe that's what I should focus on as my first line. Maybe I should try and just get like a baller line of dreads. Forget about PTs, forget about anything else, and then just not do anything on anything except Dreadnoughtuses. Just walk around on dreadnoughtuses, raid on dreadnoughtuses, scout bases on dreadnoughtuses, go to random servers and just walk around. I feel like that'd be kind of fun. Let me go. Let me go. Phew. All right. Go get some crops. We'll go tame this stag real quick. No, let's see, we're at 6 hours. So we've got about 45 minutes or so until our little baby dreadnoughtus needs care. So let's actually go back over there real quick. We're going to take the RG with us. I just want to check on him. Make sure he hasn't eaten all his food. It took about 3 hours for him to get through one one trough. So I think we still got a couple of troughs easy over here. He is bleeding. Why is your health so low? Is your health going down? Hmm. I am mildly concerned about that. I'm slightly worried that the tail might be like poking out into the red. But maybe it's just not healing as fast as it's gaining maximum health. You know what I mean? It seems to actually be increasing in health, not decreasing, so I think we're okay. If we need to, we can move it further into this corner, like over here. Give it a little more space, but I think it's fine. Actually, let's just move it. Follow me, little buddy. We don't want to get you going too far the wrong way there. Yeah, we get you in this corner. That'll give you quite a bit more room to grow. Hopefully you'll be alright. Good deal. I'm very excited to get a fully imprinted Dreadnoughtus. Although I don't know if I'm actually going to fully imprint this one. It's currently already past 27%. And my next imprint will only take it to 27%. So I sort of need to be like super on top of it. It gained about 2% more maturation then it has imprint on its second imprint. Why am I being glitched? Is it a weight thing? It is a weight thing. It's this stupid glitch. I hate this glitch. Literally drives me crazy. Because if you're overweight, like even just a teeny weeny little bit, then it starts being stupid. Anyway. Yep. Still a problem. Gonna lose my shit. Anyway, what I was talking about is that I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to be able to make up 2% maturation over the course of all of the imprints, unless it's a little over 9. So the other problem is right now we're getting 9%, which means that at 11 imprints, we'll get 99%. And we only get a couple of percent maturation worth of wiggle room. So unless it's, like 9.1%, then I'm not going to get 100% because that last 1% of imprint just won't ever happen because I don't have a whole imprint worth of leeway. I only get like 0.4%, I think. Yeah, I think I'm at 8.6% maturation every time I get 9% imprint, which means 88 hours at least, 90 hours, probably pretty close to 90, 95 hours to fully mature one of these, which is a little crazy. I was not prepared. I don't see either of the babies over anymore. It's possible. Maybe they came over here. But I don't know how they would have gotten in. I don't think they... Oh, they can. Okay, they're in here. So let's blow that up. And let's chuck some of that in there. Gaining almost 1.5% per eat. Please get off of me, you stupid baby. What? What are you doing? Get off of me. We have the juvenile. We have another juvenile in there, it looks like. Like inside the mother. We have both of our babies are still in there. So that'll be good. Are you still eating or are you all done? No, you're still eating quite a bit. Okay. I don't think it's going to quite go all the way, but it'll be pretty close. I definitely shouldn't need any narcotics. At least I don't think I need any narcotics. Very excited to see what this Stego's health ends up being. Mildly concerned it's not going to be all that great. But we do get 2 more chances. We may go ahead and get a Gigantoraptor so that I can, you know, level these all the way up. Even if this one doesn't get great stats, um, it is still a good high level. Okay. Thank you. Why is there suddenly a wolf in here? What is going on in my life? Let's tame this one. Holy crap. Okay. Cool. 5,800. Wow, that's actually garbage. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everything's taking damage now. Food robust. Distracting 3. And this one is fast learner. Yeah, useless. That was interesting, I guess. Get these all cryoed here. And I'm pretty sure you just have to raise them with the Gigantoraptor, right? In order to get all the stats. We'll maybe look into that at some point. Meantime, go back to looking for mana garmers. First one's over this way. Oh, and now there's no mana garmers. Okay. Let's look around for some snow owls then. T-Rexes. Level 5. Level 15. Tenacious. Weight robust. Neither of those is useful. A meat-bearing snow owl. Seems like most of these creatures are just the same creatures I saw earlier. Some of the snow owls and stuff will be different because I saw a couple of them die. But unless I actually go through and kill a bunch of creatures, I'm probably not likely to see very many new creatures out here. Which is just one of the things about looking for stats and stuff like that. So I don't know. Is it even worth doing? Could we just come back again tomorrow to look at all the creatures again? Should we take the time to kill everything? A king slaying snow owl? That's interesting. Hmm. I'm not really seeing anything here. Most of the creatures are just the same ones I saw earlier. There has been a little turnover. Obviously, things have been fighting. And the fights between the creatures, unless it's with a Doedicurus, because the Doedicurus rolls into a ball and then everything stops fighting it. But normally fights between the creatures only end in something's death. But I don't think there's enough new stuff over here to make this worth it. So we'll come back again sometime. This will just have to be part of our routine. There's a man of armor now. I think that said level 15 with a stamina something. Stamina robust, I think, but it was only level 1. Oh no, it was a level 140 snow owl. Well, dookie. I needed that. How obnoxious. Just started killing me, so I attacked it. We're gonna go ahead and exit to the main menu real quick and then come back in so we can get rid of this stupid level 1 glitch. That shit's pissing me off. A lot. Alright, now we can see our freaking stats. So we're gonna go back over to our teleport. And we're actually gonna go jump on our mammoth real quick and do some wood farming. We can get about 100 slots of wood with our mammoth's weight, as it was the last time I used it. Um, it is probably past some levels since then, so maybe we'll get a little more weight. But what I want to do is I want to fill up both of these steam forges over here so that I can burn down and get some more charcoal. Because I need more bullets. We are going to be hard farming all night tonight. But even after I get off a stream, we'll be up for hours and hours and hours. I have some um, baby gotchas that I want to raise, but I think it's more important that we get more bullets first. Right now our base is just a little too easy to raid, I think. I can raise the gotchas tomorrow in the same time frame that I can raise them here. Ooh, a couple of dreadmares here. Let's go ahead and glass these. I can't get them because I don't have the DLC, but I like to look anyway because they're cool. The models were really, really well done on those. I'm really sad that they just made them pay to win DLC creatures. They're super dope, and I'd like to see more people riding around and stuff on them so that they were just out and about in the world more often. But let's go in here. Get our mammoth out. Let's put these stags away. Put all this stuff away too. All right. Oh, can't teleport. Well, poop. I have a bed over there, actually. Let's make sure there's still element in this. There is not. So let us return to our base, get the element, put it in the linked storage because there is a linked storage over there. Although it's possible that somebody did just destroy. I don't know if I was in somebody's way over there or not. They just kind of found me a spot and plunked it down. But I haven't seen anything get destroyed. So I don't think that anybody destroyed it. But we'll go back over here. We'll go ahead and stock. Kill ourselves. And if we can trigger up our other tech Jenny over there, then we'll be good. Yeah, we still got our bed, so nobody did anything to it. It's just that the tech Jenny wasn't running. Hopefully the regular Jenny is running. I think I put quite a bit of stuff in here. Maybe not. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, so I gotta fly all the way back down here. Hmm, that's annoying. That is annoying. We're gonna need to make a whole lot more gas. Okay. Alright. Let's run our dumb ass all the way back down there. Get our link storage back up and running. Throw out our mammoth. We will see about getting a bunch of wood right now. So, I want to... I was actually just thinking, I don't need generators as long as I don't use teleporters. Is this an Alpha Raptor? I think it is. It's an Aloha Raptor. As long as I don't use teleporters on the servers where I go to do my farming, and just use a transmitter. I don't actually have to power the transmitter. Transmitter just works. So originally I was gonna like set up a whole outpost and maybe have some turrets or something to defend and some stuff like that. But that's actually not the way to go. What I need to do is just hide me a transmitter. Like, it doesn't even have to be that hidden. A transmitter out in the open, I mean, transmitters take quite a bit of C4 to blow up. So if I just plunk it down somewhere... Ooh, look at that white. That is only level 30. Meat bearing, food frail. Yeah, that's too bad. I could just plunk it down, and people probably won't mess with it. And then I just bring a battery. So laggy. What is going on? It's freaking underground forest, man. Every time I come down here, it's like, oh, you want to be able to see stuff? Why don't you go ahead and get fucked instead? How about that? All right. Still have to wait 5 minutes for that to come up. But this is good. So let's go ahead. So something kind of interesting. Back here, this spot is really huge and open, but it's probably a decent starter location. But back in here, there's a little spot that you can totally just get into. But it's pretty hidden that you could really get started out of and then just start like expanding out into here. And then, grow into your bigger base. Maybe just, have some creature storage out here or something and have your main base back in the back for the day or two. We're trying to get started. Yeah, let's throw the mammoth out. I thought there were going to be like a lot more redwoods and stuff down here, so I thought this was actually going to be much better for farming wood. But it actually didn't end up being a very good wood farming location. But I've got my creature here, so I might as well do it. Just pump up that weight. Oops, somebody's got a Bronto over there. But my big deal is that I want to get both of those steam forges filled up. And then in about a half hour, our Dreadnoughtus will be ready for more imprinting. And that'll be nice. And so we'll get that imprinted and see how close we get to maybe being able to fully imprint it. I am fairly fond of farming wood with mammoths. It's a pretty good time. I'll probably spend the next half hour going ahead and doing it. Then we'll go imprint that baby Dreadnoughtus, and we'll probably call it for the stream. My voice is getting a little tired, and I'm starting to not really have anything to say. Just kind of rambling here. But I'd like to get another good half hour in, get some of this wood farmed up, and get them steam forges going. Because of the steam forges need to use element, it is pretty important that I actually fill them. Because otherwise, I don't know exactly how much element is used per how much wood. And until I know exactly how much wood can be made per element or how much charcoal can be made per element, then there's a good chance to just be wasting. I guess maybe I could break it. I wonder if you could use shards. Because if I could break it down into shards, maybe I could see like how much per shard. And that might help narrow down the amounts. Or I guess I could just put one element in there. And see how far it gets. That's what I'll do. I'll do that this time. When I get these filled up, I'll just put one element. See exactly how much charcoal I make. And then in the future, I'll know I need to at least get that much before I put an element in there. Or it's wasted. And I'll just wait for it to run out of power. What's up, you silly Bronto? I feel kind of bad. SS had some gotchas down here. I assume that they were just gotchas that they tamed and didn't have the resources that they wanted, and so they just left them. But I was down here farming wood, and I saw most of them, and so I was just walking around them. But one of them I missed, and I accidentally hit it, and they were on neutral, and it attacked me. And while I was running away from it and trying to like knock it back, I accidentally aggroed one of the other ones because I hit its friend, so it attacked me. And so then I was running away. I ended up killing like 3 of their gotchas because I didn't know what was going on. But I won't mess with their Bronto. It's too big to not see. Whoops. Oh, right. Well, shite. I have to throw it out because otherwise I can't pick it up. I was about to just drop all it. But that's not really an option. See how many slots I got here? About 150. So that's going to be 2 trips per forge. That's not bad. It traveled over here, and this is right in the middle of both of these steam forges, which is great. Oh, I already have some wood in there. Well, would you look at that? Oh, sure, you can have all this thatch. There you go. Good bird. Since we're here, let's go ahead and go check on our little baby. Make sure it hasn't died over here. Still bloody. It's actually even more bloody. but its health is higher. So yeah, I think it's just gaining max health faster than it's gaining current health. So I could bring a snow owl over here and heal it, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. So I think we're okay. And how long do we have? We still got 21 minutes. So I'm going to try and use that whole 21 minutes to farm up wood here. And then get those steam forges cooking. We'll see over the course of an hour how much wood can a steam forge chuck. Chark? Chark. How much wood can a steam forge chark? If a steam forge could chark wood. Is it a great rhyme? No. Not even a rhyme. Is it a great... I don't know what the word would be. I think we're going to actually yeet off the edge here. And then we'll just work our way back up. I think that'll go well. Very. Theory, theory, theory. Theory, theory, theory. That's another line that I need to get working on. Good health, good stam, good melee. What's that baby theory got? Tenacious. That's one of those ones that I think is just super strong. For pretty much any creature that you're taking out into into combat of any sort. PvP, PvE, doesn't really matter. I think Tenacious is probably really strong for the dragon, too. Only having the last couple of fireballs deal so much less damage to you would be super good. And I'm sure make that fight much less stressful. I think just in general, if you went into the dragon fight, because there's never really been a lack of DPS in this game. Right? The DPS creatures put out the whammy. And so I think the Why? Why are all of these creatures on freaking... I don't want to kill your stupid trike, dude. I don't even know if I can get away from it. Get away from me. Anyway. I think just extending the amount of time. Because, so... if I gain percent melee, that's percent damage Um, if I gain percent melee as a stat, that's percent damage off of my base, right? So my base is 100%. So if I get an extra 25% damage to go up to 125%, that's 25% on my base. But if I get another 25% bonus damage to go up to 150, that's still just another 25% off my base. However, if you have, say, 1,000% damage, but you get a damage resistance of, say, 10%, that's not 10% increased damage over the course of the fight on your base. That's 10% increased damage over the course of the fight um, on your maximum damage, on your total damage. Now, it is over the course of the fight, right? So living longer doesn't help you kill things faster. Living longer helps you kill things with less investment. And so getting tenacious or distracting or any of those other stats is, or traits, not stats, any of those other traits is incredibly important because it means that you need less melee damage percentage or less health to ultimately put out the same amount of DPS. Over the course of that fight. Which is really good. It also means that you can come out of the fight significantly stronger. So in extremely long fights, like PvP fights, where, maybe you're pushing a fob or something like that, where it's like fob versus fob and you're Fortniting, your Giga is going to come out of that fight less injured, and so you can back up and heal faster. Your Tappy is going to be able to use its tech saddle to destroy that tech turret, but have more DPS or more hit points when it's done, so that it'll be able to get back in the fight faster or kill more tech turrets before it's done. So increasing your resilience is extremely strong in pitched battle, as well as really helping with bosses as far as mitigating how long it takes to get yourself ready for the boss. So I really do think that just the defensive traits are kind of just better all around. The offensive traits are nice, and you're going to get value out of them. But the defensive traits are just so strong. All right. So we actually have our full thing here. So let's go ahead and get one element. And we're going to put one element in there. We're going to turn it on for the next hour. I'm going to find out exactly how much charcoal one element can make in a steam forge. It also just, when you're using the resilient traits that allow you to survive longer, I feel like time is a really undervalued thing. So, what I mean by that is the longer you can stretch a battle out, right? If it takes 30,000 damage to kill a Giga, and you're fighting Giga versus Giga, and their Giga does 10,000 damage a minute, and you can mitigate that down to 8, and then you do 8,000 damage a minute with your mitigation and your Giga. So you're ultimately in the same position, right? Their Giga has 8,000 damage per minute, your Giga has 8,000 damage per minute because you've mitigated part of their damage instead of just going full DPS yourself. Then you put yourself in a position where now instead of 3 minutes, you have 3.5 minutes where you might have an ally that can make it to you to assist or save you. Um, if you stretch it, if you're in a theory, right, and you're having a theory battle, then maybe that stretches to over a 5 minute time period. And now instead of just one veggie cake, maybe you've got two veggie cakes. And if your opponent didn't bring veggie cakes, then you just get more health than them. And maybe that's the difference in winning the fight. But duration of fights drastically increases the chances that the more prepared party wins. So if your expectation is that the fight's only going to last 2 minutes, and you only brought 2 minutes worth of resources, right? You only brought one veggie cake, or you only brought, 6 med brews, or whatever it is. Then by default, if your opponent brought 4 minutes worth of resources and the battle lasts 4 minutes, then you have almost no chance of winning. If you can't end that fight within that time period. And there are things that will make it basically impossible to end that fight within that time period. So, in order to increase your chances of winning as often as possible, one of the most valuable things you can do is over prepare and extend the fight. Because all battles are battles of attrition, right? Your opponent has so many hit points, you have so many hit points, your opponent has so many resources, you have so many resources, and whoever runs out of hit points first loses. And usually, you will run out of resources in an effort to preserve your hit points until you run out of hit points and die. And so if your goal is to extend the fight, and by extending the fight, improve your chances of winning through resource dominance, then your opponent either has to be so much stronger than you that they can overwhelm that resource dominance and that resilience that pushes the longevity of the fight, or they have to be talented enough to create a situation where whatever you're doing to extend the fight doesn't do anything. Like, for example, if you were in a Giga fight and you and your opponent have equally strong Gigas, but you put all of your Giga's strength into its health, and they put all of their Giga's strength into the melee. And so your goal is to try and extend the fight by using a superior health pool, even though your melee is really weak, to tire them out, right? So you could have had less health and just used a whole lot more melee like they did, and then the fight would have been really short. And there would have been no way to extend that fight that way. But if you pumped a bunch of health in yours, then the fight is going to get extended. And if you brought, for example, like a shitload of cooked meat, and you just stand there feeding meat or something for a while, or I don't know what you would do to try and heal a Giga. If you had a Daedon and they didn't, so you were healing, then you would eventually win that fight. And pumping health instead of pumping melee is going to help that. Or maybe both of you. Yeah, so that's where it would have to be. Both of you have Daedons, and they only brought enough meat for a quick little fight, and you brought enough meat for a really extended fight, and you extend the fight by having more health. And they just run out of meat, and you don't because you brought more. The only way that they could circumvent that would be to change the dynamic of the fight, right? Stop trying to kill your Giga and instead go after your Daedon. They have to, try and find a way to get you off of your Giga so that you're not controlling the Giga so they can kill you so that they have more maneuverability. You create a situation where they now have to be reactionary toward you, and you didn't have to use reactionary thinking to create that situation. You used preparation to create that situation. And so it's not a psychological burden on you to put them into a bad position. Because all of your thought happened before the fight. Right? It was all in preparation. Now you can totally F yourself this way, right? Because if you extend the fight, but then you don't bring what you needed to fight an extended fight, then you just lose. Where did these come from? I think this person thought I was going to like build a base down here. And so they were trying to block me off. It kind of makes me want to fuck with them. All right. Another 150 slots. I think we're probably good there. We're not quite going to fill up the second one. I think we're only going to have about 200 slots in the second one. But it's not a full load for the mammoth again. And I don't want to get bogged down having way more wood than I actually need. So we're just going to leave it like that. I need to teleport back over there one more time real quick. Make sure I do not. I need to... Actually, I think I'll be okay because I've got a linked storage over here. I'm going to go ahead and put this mammoth back in there. And we'll take this bad boy out of here this way. And let's go check on our Dreadnoughtus again. Okay, please. Please let me out. Jeebus. Wants care in 1 minute. Oh wow, I didn't realize it had actually taken 20 minutes. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Oh yeah, look at that. Journeyman torch. Fallen out of control. I'm gonna go check this other thing here real quick. See if they've got any items instead of just resources. Ooh. 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 Cool. Ramshackle flak chest. A hatchet. And a journeyman chitin gauntlets. Oh yeah. That's so loud. Oh, wants a cuddle. You're such a cutie patootie. All right. Well, I think that's going to be the end of it. A little over 7 hours worth of streaming today. I feel really good about that. Sorry about yesterday. We only got to do about 3 hours yesterday because my stream crashed and then my game crashed and then I wasn't able to get on for an hour. And then my Dreadnoughtus died, which was cool. So that sucked. But we got another baby. We've got our baby Raisin here. Gonna have an imprinted Dreadnoughtus in a few days. I'm gonna try and just keep leaving it up overnight, which is probably gonna mean that I'm only gonna get about a 90% imprint. Because I can't line it up so I sleep exactly the 8 hours that it's maturing. But that's fine. 90% imprint's gonna be real good. Yeah, so I want to thank everybody for coming by today, saying what's up, being involved in the chat. We had a really, really good stream today with some really, really good numbers. Lots of folks around, lots of folks talking. So I really appreciate that. But it's time to be done. So I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow at the regular time. Thanks again.